What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. More importantly, it is day one of Texas football fall camp. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours, setting the stage for everything you need to know for day one of practice, position battles to watch, players we're most excited to see, a little more position by position preview. We've got some sound from the three coordinators. We've got some quotes from some of the other assistant coaches. Yeah, we are attacking fall camp from every angle. A little NFL to dive into as well. The Major League Baseball trade deadline comes up tomorrow. We got a couple of funny moments that went viral from the WNBA last night. Oh, yeah, we're hitting all the bases today. We've got you covered from now until 9 o'clock on this show and all day long here on TSU. Happy hump day to everybody out there. We appreciate y'all starting your Wednesday off with us. Good morning, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing good, yeah. My wife told me about, did I see this? So that means something, the WNBA, something got to her first. It found her, which I'm like, wait a minute, that's a first for her. I'm like, that's going to find. She said, you probably guys are going to have this on your show this morning. I said, well, if you found it, believe me, it's found its way to BK already. She said, it is so funny. I'm like, really? You actually think something is funny? Then it must be funny. So she said, you just wait and see. He'll have found it by this morning. I said, yeah, it will find him. Sort of like the two people in the stands that found him yesterday. So
yeah, that was a fun video to play. And what we've got later today is something that would have been funny if it happened at any sporting event, but because it happened at the WNBA, it's even funnier. So it's a good one right there.
Aces and the Liberty, Aces and the Liberty forever.
Not the Aces, not the Liberty. It was the Golden State Valkyries in the Atlanta Dream. It's something that went down in the ATL last night, Buck.
All right. Oh, of course it did.
Yeah,
it probably got transported there through Delta Airline.
Oh, you got to get on a Delta flight on Friday.
Oh, boy, you're doing that again? You know what? I was singing the praises of American Airlines, and then the other day I heard they had some engine failure or something. Something was going on takeoff out of Los Angeles. So, you know what? Hey, it didn't happen to me. I've been fine. They've been fine with me. They're still my I'm all about America. So they're still my go-to right now. You're still boarding those foreign Delta planes.
Yeah, this one is a free trip. This is
a
trip that I got paid for because of the refund I got from Delta a few months ago because of the incident I had a few months ago. So
these are rewards. This is a reward payoff, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't just get cash from Delta. They had to give me e-credit instead. So it's money that I can only use for Delta Airlines. So instead of using that money on a better airline, it's like, well, if I wanted this free flight, I had to fly Delta. That's what I'll be doing. So
you're going for more than an hour trip?
Let's back up to New York. So yes, it is.
Back to New York. Somebody else in the Empire State getting married.
Someone's got to get married. We're going to Long Island this time, Buck.
There you go. That means you'll go to JFK, huh?
He's dead, I believe.
I know, but you'll fly into there. Is that where you'll fly into his airport?
Oh, yes.
I'm only going into there once. I always end up flying somewhere into Newark. That dump.
That's not where you want to be flying right now.
Not anymore. No. That was in the early days of when they had just started air travel.
Okay. I feel like Newark used to be fine, and a lot of people thought it was a easier option than JFK or LaGuardia, but now it's like do whatever you can to avoid Newark.
I've avoided Newark for the last 15, 20 years now. I haven't gone in there, even though it's, it's just as close to my house in Pennsylvania than flying into Philly. I won't go into Newark. I'll go down to Philly Turnpike if I have to. They do that bus thing for me now. So I go to the airport, I get on a bus and go to Allentown, which is it's okay. I figured that, a little hour bus ride after flying, you feel better sitting in that bus going down the turnpike. Feel better than me driving down that turnpike, I'll tell you that, especially if it's October, November around that place. That turnpike is very much like I-35, that whole Waco scene used to be. Except for the weather here, they can work through the night. There, dude, it's like one lane. It's an awful, and it's still having problems 20 years later. There's still always something going on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. That's from Philly to the Poconos. Wow.
I've never been up there, but you comparing it to what I-35 used to be like in Waco, that tells me everything I need to know.
Yeah, it's long, and the weather there is always bad. With the weather, they don't do you don't see anybody out at night. There's no lights out there at midnight doing road work. Those fools are out it's freezing cold, so nobody's working. So it takes twice as long. So whoever gets the contract for that can take 15 years for it to get done and just keep getting paid. Guys are like, hey, slow down here. You're moving too fast. That's what I was thinking they've been doing on I-35 all those years, going, hey, if we get this, we got the contract, but if there's no stipulation, any bonus money in this for getting it done quicker, we just take our time and cruise to this over the next 25 years.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that. And then, once they finish one part of I-35, they start working on something new. So right now, they're working right near downtown. Like the Cesar Chavez ramp is closed, and I think it's going to be closed for a while. And parking at Longhorn football games this fall is going to be a disaster. Like Chris Del Conte has gone on the record and basically said, hey, if you plan on parking for a home football game this year, give yourself extra time to get around because the traffic is going to be worse than it usually is. And anybody who goes down there on game day knows how bad it usually is.
Hell, I try to get out of there right after doing the show to get back home. And sometimes it is just, if you can't get through the shortcut going the other way, dude, if you try to go with the flow and try to hit MLK and go around that way, you're done. I don't get home till a freaking halftime.
Oh, yeah, it's bad, and it's going to be worse this year, and people are going to blame CDC and the University of Texas, and it's not their fault. Goodwill Hunting, it's not your fault. It's all on the city and the state doing all this work, and at some point, I-35 is going to be great, but all of us will be dead by the time that happens.
That's for sure. I know I will. I'll be gone. Mm-hmm. I'll be buried under I'll be one of the pillars. I'd just say, put me in one of these pillars here, one of these stone pillars. But it is, you're right. We'll all be gone. A lot of folks will be gone, but that's all right. They'll get it done. I mean, when I came here 30 some years ago, BK, I just, it's like going to Oak Hill. I tell my wife, I tell her right now, she goes, I avoid Oak Hill no matter what. I said, you don't know what it used to be like here. This was a half-hour deal from gyms to getting up on the ramp there, going on moped. I said, that was a half-hour trip right there. I said, it's 15 minutes now, 10 minutes at the most. And people are going, this is the worst area. I'm like, this is like a breeze now. I mean, I don't come back through there, at 3 o'clock or whatever, coming back. I just take the highway to nowhere, get on the Southwest Parkway and get back to Dripping that way. I stay away from 290 because that's a mess too. But I said, that used to be so miserable going through there. And it seemed like the only way in my mind that I used to go is through Oak Hill. Because I lived, not far from there. I lived behind the gas station there in, what was it, something Valley there when I was the mayor over there. So, but now I don't even budge. That thing is nothing going through there. 10 minutes is nothing compared to 35 minutes, 40 minutes. Now you deal with it. I don't know. You must have some shortcuts that you know how to get around. You know all the shortcuts around the neighborhood now. Because you got to have shortcuts where your apartment is. You got to have some shortcuts back and forth around there.
Yeah, my shortcuts are don't be on the road after 3 p.m. That's my shortcut.
You're right. Absolutely. Stay away from the roads after 3. And sometimes 2. And depend on what the holiday is too. And guess what? These kids will be back in their cars going to school. Not all of them take the bus. That's what sucks.
No, and school zones will be back before you know it. That's the worst part.
Yeah, and you'll be
I
zipping around
observe.
school buses.
Now, I observe the school bus and the school zones, but I wish they, weren't a thing because they slow me down.
They slow you down. That's right. In your neighborhood, you just want
Oh,
these
yeah.
people to get on their bicycles so you can get in your car and go. That's me. You want to take your
Mhm.
bike, you go ahead. Leave me more room.
Yeah, I won't hit you. I got you.
No, absolutely right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the great job that you do for all of us. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right. Texas football starts fall camp today. There
I'll
is
say this
an
before you
open
say to talk about camp. You know, last night was a long ass meeting. The night before the camp, when you go out there, BK, it's a lot of signing of papers and this is how we do things. This is where you'll be. This is that. Oh, the night before is the longest meeting of all time. I think you have to go over the compliance stuff. And hell, in NIL, I bet you it's even longer. The meetings that you have to go through and the compliance people show up. As soon as you see people that you don't know sitting up by the coach, you're like, oh boy, here comes another talk and another talk and another 40 minutes. And guys are like falling asleep in the meeting. You see guys with their heads down, just nodding out. It's an awful night. It is.
Oh,
The night before is awful.
they do that the night before camp.
They do that a lot of times the night before. There's compliance people that show up the night before.
Talk about
But
a
they
buzz.
this group has probably been here since, I think, the weekend. Probably a bunch of that stuff happens Sunday or Monday.
I wonder if the guys who were here for the summer, which, most of the guys were here for a good chunk of the summer, I wonder if they were able to tackle that stuff.
No, you got to get them all. They all have to be together. This is a all together. Everybody that's going to be at your camp. This is one of those all encompassing. Everybody has to be on board at the same time meetings. Oh, and they suck.
Yeah, you're so excited to get back on the field, and then you got to do a bunch of paperwork and sit through a bunch of meetings.
Oh, and I had John Magabic, Mr. Thorough himself. He'd be sitting up there.
Yeah.
I mean, my head would be. I'd be going, come on, dude. I go to these meetings every day with this guy, guys. You got to have to do it once a year.
Yeah, I don't envy that at all. But exciting times for Texas football. We are 31 days away from the season opener against Ohio State, but we are now 0 days away from the return of Texas Longhorn football. So, throughout this week and throughout the next month, we'll have practice notes and nuggets and sound from coaches and players. And it really does feel like Texas football is back, and that is a beautiful thing. I want to throw it to you first, Buck. I mean, what are you looking for the most? Maybe it's position battles. Maybe it's news about a certain player. Maybe it's news about a certain unit. We've got plenty of ways we're going to attack camp today and obviously over the next few weeks. But what is top of mind for you as the guys get out there on the field for the first time since the spring?
Well, I think, coaches will be looking for who came back. Not everybody sticks around. Not every, I would say now the majority of players stay here during the course of the summer. But there are a couple guys that go away, you don't see them for the last couple of weeks. They go off. They want to get some beach time. They got some family things they want to attend. You want to see who on that first day comes back when you're running their asses all over the place, who's huffing and puffing and who looks like they're in pretty good shape. Some guys, it just looks like a breeze out there, They just glide around and they do all the drills and all the movements, and their hearts are hardly even racing. Some guys will be bent over, BK, and you'll know the ones in about the first hour of practice. You'll know the ones that, they were at the beach, but they were also at the bar at the beach, sitting at the cabana. You try to find out those guys right away because the head coach is looking at those guys, and then he's going over to the position coach saying, there's going to be a little extra for such that guy, and that guy. And then he'll talk to the trainers, and the trainer will be pissed because he'll be the guy who probably the whole time, they were at home was calling them up saying, hey, when are you going to get here? We're doing some things together. We need you here. And he's the guy who the head coach is looking at going, you didn't get such and such to come here in those last 2 weeks. He looks like he was down at Galveston Beach just hanging out, doing absolutely nothing. Well, yeah, coach, I tried to get him here. But you kind of weed those guys out. That's the first thing the coaches will do. And then, there'll be some early guys getting there just a little bit earlier in the morning or afterwards for a couple sprints and stuff like that. But they come back. Those guys bounce back. I mean, they're young guys. They bounce back in a matter of, after about 2 or 3 days of running your ass, you get back in pretty good shape pretty quickly. Nobody ever gets out. It's not like the old days where it used to be, where you'll see guys laid on the ground just totally just puking their guts out. They don't get to be that bad because they don't get to play at this level if they're that bad. But you've seen the individuals that will, you've been around the guys that the guys that can pop back in a day, or the guys that are going to take a week to pop back. Coach is going to be pissed at the guys that'll take 3 or 4 practices to come back, and they still are huffing and puffing. But you'll look for those, and then you'll look, as I said, you'll look for these young guys and see who stands out as a leader now that everybody's together. Now that most of your guys on campus, there's no more portal guys coming in late. They're all here now. The fall is here, so everybody's here. You'll see who some of the standout leaders who will take control, who won't be standing in the back of the lines, who are afraid to jump up there and do some. There'll be some young guys that want to come to the front of the line. You know what I'm saying? When they're talking about doing certain drills, those are the guys you want to look at and see, is this just a show of trying to make me, I want to look good in front of everybody, or are you truly leading, by example? You get in the front of the line and you screw up the drill, or do you know what's going on? You think but when you get out there in a drill, coach has got to stop the drill and go, no, that's not quite what we want to do there, young one. Get back to the back of the line. But there'll be some young guys that will pop up to the front of the line, and everybody will see them, juniors, seniors, sophomores. But the young guys will pop up, and people will look at them and go, damn, what a nice example. Coaches will see that too. So I'd be looking today to see who the examples are of the young players for sure.
Yeah, those are 2 great points. And going back to your first one, I mean, there is so much talent and depth on this roster that if you're not ready to go,
that's right,
on one, you might lose your spots.
You're right. You may not ever get it back. You may say, I'll be ready in day 3, but it may be too late.
I was going to say, I mean, you look at every single position on this roster, and you got multiple guys who I think are good enough to start at the University of Texas. So if you're not buttoned up, ready to go, and if you don't show the coaches that you took the offseason stuff seriously, then, yeah, you might be in the doghouse, and that might be a tough doghouse to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, and especially that last group we have to talk about today, that secondary, you mess up there, you could lose a spot and never see it again unless you get hurt.
Right. And then, yeah, to your point about the freshmen, it's the #1 recruiting class in America.
That's right.
Most of those guys were here for the spring. 22 of the 25 that Texas signed in 2025 have already been here. They've already practiced. But, how much did they improve over the summertime? Working with Torrey Becton, going through the strength and conditioning programs. What do they do?
They give you a list of stuff that you got to get better at. Do you come back at this weight? Do you come back with a little bit more strength? If you do go away, I mean, they're going to be looking at that. They're going to be looking at the things that they talk to you about doing to make yourself better. If you go home for 3 weeks, they don't expect to be spending all that time getting you back to what they said they wanted you to be. They don't have time for all that.
Now it's real. Not to say that spring ball isn't important. It is, but you're months away from the first game when you're practicing in March, April. And now you're, again, 31 days away from the season opener. So it's real. So everything you do matters. And
absolutely,
like you said, they're going to be vying for playing time. They don't want to sit. They're used to being the star players at their high schools for the last 3 or 4 years. They don't want to.
They have not been sitting down. They have not been sitting down at practices.
Oh, they're not just going to be comfortable with, those guys are older, so they're going to play, and I've just got to wait my turn. That's not how this thing is going to work. So, yeah, which of those freshmen in the best class in America are going to come in and make an impact? And, Jonah Williams technically was one of those 22 who was here for the spring, but he was obviously playing baseball. So he's been with the football team since the end of the baseball season. How good is he? How much of an impact is that guy going to make in his first real full practice with the football team? He's one of those 5-stars, but he's not alone. I mean, there's 5-5-stars that Texas brought in this year and a bunch of other very highly rated 4-stars too, who, have just been chomping at the bit. And if there's some older guys who are like, I'm good, it's my time now, I don't have to go prove myself, then they're going to lose their jobs, Buck. We've seen it before, and we will see it again this year.
Yeah, you'll see guys that will step up and actually really, really get it done. And you'll see some guys think they're on cruise control, And they're trying to win a national championship. There's no cruise control in here. Whether you're a junior, senior, sophomore, you better play like, I got to have this position and I got to have it to myself. I'm not willing to share it, because you start sharing snaps with people, the minute something happens, because like I said, everything's not going to be 100% where you feel great or you don't tweak an ankle and you may miss a practice. You can't afford to be missing practices now. They want to see you at every practice. Dwayne Aquina's got, he's here, he's been around for a while, but he's back here and wants to prove that guy can still coach him up. And he's got some talented guys back there. Boy, that's a position. If you miss a step back there, to me, you could lose your gig back there in a hurry. He's going to be, people are going to be looking to prove something to that guy. If you're a player, I'm looking to prove a lot to that guy that I can play, and I can play well, because he knows what a good football player looks like.
By all accounts, Dwayne Aquina still has it. He still has that energy, that juice, that passion. All of the things he had during his first stint at Texas during the Mac Brown era. He still got it at the age of 68, going on a very nice 69. So
yeah, I mean, that guy's you have to impress. He's not going to have to impress the players. They're going to have to impress him. He already knows what he's looking for.
Yeah, and we can dive into the secondary here, because we have been doing a room by room preview leading up to fall camp, taking a deep dive look at every position on this roster and talking about the biggest storylines going into fall practice. We could dive into the secondary right now, because that's the last group that we have. Texas had one of the best.
They're the best. That's the best position on this. I still believe it's the best position on the football team. I know everybody thinks the running back room is good. I think this room is fantastic. I really do. It's got experience, and it has players that have been around really good football players. And they've got a leader who's an All-American that sits back there in the middle and kind of guides them. And I don't think he has to do as much guiding anymore. He can just go play his position. And I think there's enough experience back there that the guys that are around him can just go play now. Plus now they've got a coach that's just a proven commodity back there. I think that's the best position on a football team.
Even without Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba.
Yeah, even without those two guys back there, I think they have the most talented players that's in the group. Maybe I should put it more. They have the most talent out of all the groups. Is those guys in that secondary? They're really good athletes. They're really good backups, guys that we saw come in and play some key roles for short periods of time, but long periods of time too, that they didn't miss. I don't think they're going to miss too much of a step back there in the secondary. With Michael Taft leading those guys back there, I really don't.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, they were so good last year. I mean, they ended the year 7th in the country in passing yards per game allowed, but going into the playoff, they were first in the category. And, the playoff got to them a little bit, but they were still elite. They also led the country in touchdown passes allowed. Buck, they played 16 games last year. They only gave up 9 touchdown passes. Like, that sounds made up.
Damn, it feels like I've seen that in like 3 games at some time there.
I was going to say, I felt like Michael Penix had 9 touchdowns in the last game of 2023. Jeez. I mean, that was one of the worst pass defenses in America. And then, boom, basically overnight, they turned into arguably the best in the country. So, yeah, I mean, it was clearly a strength of this team last year, maybe the biggest strength of the team last year. And there's so much talent there. I'd argue they've recruited as well in the secondary as they have at any other position on the field in the Steve Sarkisian era. But it's just, are those guys ready? I mean,
yeah, like, are they good tacklers? I mean, even the ones that we saw, they've made plays in games, but as a group now with the new group that's back there, the starting group, do they tackle as well? I don't think they'll tackle as well. I think that's something that they will grow into. But that group that they had last year could flat out hit you. The 2 guys that went to the NFL could flat out play. They knew where to be. They knew how to intercept the ball. They knew angles on tackling. You didn't get second chances. They didn't miss a lot of tackles. How will they tackle? How will they come up and support the run? Is this a group that can support the run? That's going to be interesting to see too. Now, they may not need much of it because this defensive front with the guys on the outside, a lot of that tackling comes at the perimeter. If a guy gets to the corner, is your cornerback or safety going to come through that alley and make the play? They've got a lot of guys that you may not be able to get outside of that perimeter. They may have a lot of guys forcing things back inside. So I'll look to see how they tackle in those, in those early games, because you're going to get, you're going to be exposed to it against Ohio State.
Tackling is important, but it's not just tackling the running backs; it's tackling the receivers when they catch the ball.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Obviously, you're hoping they don't catch the ball, but Jeremiah Smith's going to have the ball in his hands a few times 31 days from now. You got to bring that dude down, because he's got the ability to turn, a 6-yard gain into a 60-yard touchdown in the blink of an eye. Now, Texas obviously handled him in that playoff game, 1 catch for 3 yards, but he's already publicly said that, he's on a mission to do a little bit better in the revenge game.
He wants to catch 2 balls in this game.
2 balls for 6 yards. Hey, we'll give you that. We'll let you double your stats, Jeremiah. How about that? That's pretty nice. Good. Not a lot of teams would be willing to give up that. Oh, a guy's going to double his production from the last time you played him. We can give that to you. We are nice guys. It's that Southern hospitality here in Texas. That's just the kind of people that we are. We're willing to give that to you, Jeremiah. You're welcome. But to make sure it's only 2 catches for 6 yards, you got to tackle that dude when he catches the ball.
Yeah, I think Manny Muhammad be an All-American this year, along with Michael Taft and how will Gilbo. How will those guys step in there and play? I mean, McDonald, we saw those guys play. I mean, when they came into the game, I didn't feel like, oh hell, they're going to go attack this guy. Manny Muhammad just had some problems in the latter part of the year, when the playoffs came. But from before that, that guy was pretty solid. That's just a matter of grabbing your confidence back. Now I am the guy. I'm the guy people are going to look to. I'm the guy that people are all over the country are going to look to as being one of those cornerbacks at the University of Texas that just plays and make things happen. I mean, it's like you said, nothing's perfect every game. You'll get beat every once in a while. But how do you bounce back? I mean, you're a secondary player. You better be able to bounce back when things go bad. How does he bounce back? He didn't bounce back very well when things started to go downhill for him.
No, it kind of avalanched for him in that playoff season.
Yeah, when he looked like the drunken softball player out there in the back end, I was kind of scared there for him. Because you can lose your confidence, but he's got to be the guy that has all kinds of confidence now.
Yeah, I guess the only question for Manny Muhammad, at least for me, because I'm a big believer in his game, just like you are, how does he do against number 1 receivers, right? Last year, Jahdae Barron was the guy who was responsible for going up against other teams' number 1s, and Manny Muhammad was going up against number 2s often. So number 2 receivers in the SEC and in the playoff, they're really good. But when you're the number 1 guy, things are a little bit different. So is he ready for that challenge? I think he will be. I think he's going to do great this year. I honestly think this will be his last year at Texas, and he's going to go pro a year early. Like, that's the type of season I'm expecting for Manny Muhammad. And then, Michael Taft. I think we all feel great about Michael Taft. An interesting note that Dwayne Aquina was telling people yesterday, or excuse me, it wasn't Dwayne Aquina. It was Kenodo Hudson, who is the Nichols coach at Texas. He mentioned that Michael Taft has been training some at nickel. So not just at safety, but also in that, star position that, we've seen Jahdae Barron play. We've seen Jelani McDonald play. We've seen Jalen Gilbo play. That guy is kind of the jack of all trades, do it all. We'll line him up wherever and see what he can do kind of player. And apparently Michael Taft has been, doing some of that as well. So he's
I just worry about him that his aggression will get, I need him picking up fumbles, making interceptions. I don't need him striking people to the point of, he hurts himself, because he'll launch himself into somebody to make a big play. And I mean, that's hard to survive in the SEC every week doing that. He'll be around the ball. I need him around the ball where he actually takes the ball away from somebody. I don't need him trying to make big hits, and all of a sudden we're just going, oh shit, here comes the trainers. I know how important that position is, because as a coach, when you're coaching a player, or when you're the head coach or position coach, you're saying, no, that guy can make a lot of tackles. He can make a lot of explosive tackles. He's fine. His body's fine. But I think in this conference, the wear and tear of the way we've seen him hit, we've seen guys like that before, BK, that give up themselves on every play. I know coaches, somebody in the stands will say, well, I'd like to see him go 100% every time. Every once in a while they go 85% ain't bad, I don't need to see you make it. You can wrap up and drag the guy down, but this guy is a guy who will explode into guys, And once again, he's young. He's got the ability to do that. But I like him back there in the deep end where he can come over the top and make a play that way. Star position, I guess if there's anybody suited for it, it would be him. So I guess you have to do that because they've got so many safeties. I mean, Williams back there, how's he going to play? How is some of these guys going to play if he's back there in center field? And the star position, you don't have anybody to be making those kind of plays, Somebody has to make a bunch of plays.
Could you have used a different phrase instead of exploding into guys? Exploding on guys? Why are you using that word here?
Aggressive play. How's that?
Coming down on guys? Like what are these phrases that you're using here?
This is a family
show, Buck. It's a family show.
Just phrasing.
Yeah, I think Taft's got some traits that allow him to do that. We obviously know how good he is as a safety, but this staff is all about getting their best 11 on the field as often as they can.
Sure.
And you're right. You talk about the safety depth that they have. I mean, Derek Williams Jr., if he's back to 100%, he is an SEC starting caliber safety, and I think his potential is all conference. Jelani McDonald, I think he can be one of the better safeties in the SEC this year. So it might be one of those things where they feel better about the safety depth that they have. And, hey, we can move Michael Taft here at nickel because that's a guy we trust to line up anywhere on the defense, and he's going to make some stuff happen. But we like our safeties more than we like the other stars that we have. So we're going to do this in key situations. I don't know.
Plus you got the big baseball Willie McCovey dude coming back out there too.
Yeah.
How good is he?
They're low. I feel a lot better about safety than I do corner.
Sure.
They've got talent at corner. Again, they've recruited incredibly well there, and I love Manny Muhammad. Jalen Gilbo feels like your number 2 corner.
And he's solid.
He was solid. Pete Kwiatkowski was asked yesterday about, what's your quarterback rotation looking like right now? And he actually gave 4 names. He started with the little coach speak, we've got a bunch of guys that we feel good about, and we'll try to figure it out throughout the course of camp. But then he's like, it's Muhammad, it's Gilbo, it's Kobe Black, and it's Warren Roberson. Those are the 4 names that he talked about right there. So, you're going to rotate your corners throughout the year. I think some of those guys are competing for the second cornerback spot opposite of Manny Muhammad. But those feel like the leaders in the clubhouse right now. They're all 4 or 5-star recruits. They've all been here for multiple seasons.
Yes.
They know the defense. They've played, and they played in big spots. But, I just haven't quite seen enough of it in those big spots for me to be 100% confident.
Yeah, how's Kobe Black? That's the guy. How's Kobe Black as a corner?
Sounds like he's doing great. And again, we saw him at times last year, a former 5-star. The expectations for him are really high. And he's progressed a lot, and big things, again, are expected from him going into 2025. So,
yeah, this is where Dwayne Aquina comes in for guys like that.
Yeah, it's just, I keep thinking about game 1, right? You hit the ground running. It's not just Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State. It's Carnell Tate. It's Brandon Innes. I mean, they're loaded on the outside. So it's not just, 1 or 2 guys who are going to be tested. It's going to be everybody. And if they, if Ryan Day and, Ohio State, that offense, I don't know why I can't remember who their offensive coordinator is off the top of my head. Yeah. If they, they find a weakness and they see that one corner is struggling a little bit, they're going to attack and attack and attack. It's not only Jeremiah Smith. They've got a bunch of other receivers who are good enough to make some things happen as Texas saw.
That's why I like Michael Taft in the middle.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Having him as that, that center fielder, not a bad idea.
Yeah. Michael Taft already knows who the weak link is at the cornerback position. He kind of knows which side he has to lean to. He knows that already. And it is not the Manny Muhammad's side, believe me.
Yeah, so we'll see about that. But again, at safety, it's where, you've got Michael Taft, you've got Derek Williams, you've got Jelani McDonald. You brought up Jonah Williams, the 5-star freshman. You got Xavier Filsamy, your former 5-star going into year 2. You've got Jordan Johnson Rebel. You're loaded there. You've got 5 or 6 safeties that I think are good enough to play here. And that's a luxury for this coaching staff.
And there's where your special teams guys. There's where your special teams guys come in.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A bunch of these freshmen are going to be playing on special teams. And, Jeff Banks talked a lot about that yesterday. So we'll see. I mean, Jade Barron and Andrew Makuba, they each had 5 interceptions. Nobody else on the team had more than 2. Those guys were 3rd and 4th on the team in tackles. We spent all of 2024 talking about the chemistry between those 2 guys and Michael Taft and how it felt like they were all aligned every single play. And the good news is Michael Taft's still there. We all love that he's back. I feel so much better about the secondary with him than I would without him. But you lose those other 2 guys who were just so instrumental to Texas being as good as it was. And the Longhorns also had more interceptions, or they were tied for the nation's lead in interceptions last year. So you lose your top 2 guys. Like, those takeaways, those are game-changing plays. Can you continue to make those without the Thorpe Award winner and without Andrew Makuba back there?
Well, I think you can if you get the kind of pressure that you're talking about from Anthony Hill and Simmons, those guys, and Burke on the outside. I think you can force some quarterbacks to make some throws that they're not quite sure of, and they're not ready to make, and throw them up a little too soon than a little too late. They throw them up too soon and the guy's not quite open. And as your defender on the backside and that ball's in his arms, that's where I think Michael Taft will end up with about 5 or 6 interceptions himself this year.
Yeah.
He's got so much experience back there. And I expect the pass rush to force guys to do things to speed up their clock a little bit,
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. Like, usually when you have coaching changes, there's some concern or some panic. Like, how are the new coaches going to do? And again, Texas had one of the best secondaries in America last year. You lose both of your DB coaches. Doesn't feel like there's any worry at all with Texas. It's because of who's coming in. I mean, again, it's Dwayne Aquina. His resume is as good as any DB's coach in America right now. Mark Orfeh is the new guy coming in from Rutgers. He's a little bit of an unknown.
Where is he coming in from?
From Rutgers, but he has coached at Alabama and South Carolina before.
Was he at Piscataway? University of Piscataway?
Yeah, University of Piscataway. Did you ever play Rutgers back in your day?
Yes, all the time.
Did you beat them all the time?
All the time.
Yeah, well, they're a little better now with Greg Schiano there, but, I can't sit here and act like Rutgers is Georgia or Ohio
They're in the
State.
Big Ten now, though. Just remember, that's just not some team now. They're in a conference. They're in a big conference.
They are in the Big Ten. What did they finish last year? Does anybody know?
I'm going to say they had 7 wins, 6 wins. 6?
Good call. 7 and 6 last year.
There you go.
In the Big Ten? That's better than Oklahoma. What Oklahoma do last year? 6 and 7?
I expect them to be doing the same thing this year.
7
wins. By the way, we're gonna make some coin on Rutgers this year.
That might be better than Oklahoma then.
We're going to make some coin on Rutgers and Schiano before he gets that Penn State job.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Okay, when you're making coin on Rutgers, that means you're betting on Rutgers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm betting on the University of Piscataway, University of Newark.
And you think Greg Schiano is going to take over for James Franco at Penn State? When does that happen?
Franco, if he screws this up, see ya.
It's like this year?
Yeah, if he screws this one up with all the talent that he has this year and he can't get it done, they'll be looking for Schiano. Schiano's been just waiting. I mean, he came back to Rutgers just so he could get to the Penn State job.
Sounds like you're predicting this. Are you you're putting in the call that Greg Schiano is going to be there next year?
Don't let that guy win 8 or 9. He'll be gone. And don't let James Franklin lose to Ohio State and lose the first round of the playoffs later. He's done.
Yeah. If James Franklin wins 8 or 9, he's cooked. And yeah, that's interesting, right? If Penn State again loses to Ohio State and doesn't win the Big Ten and then loses early in the playoff, do they make a move?
They just make a move, yeah. Well, I'm just saying that because it's not going to happen because Penn State, I'll let the fans know right now, we're making money off of Penn State, my sleeper, Rutgers, and hey, we're making money off of the Baylor Bears the first game of the year. Sorry, Auburn.
I don't even know what to believe here. All right, so we're back in on Penn State. 2 minutes ago, we were out. Now we're in on them. We're betting on them.
Some games are just going to maul people. Some games that, they'll beat Oregon at home. I said they're going to beat Ohio State this year. So
what about Villanova? Yeah. Don't forget they have to play them early in the year.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that because that line is going to be 45.
I don't even know if that line will be available. Sometimes when you get FBS versus FCS, they don't even let you bet on the game. So you might have to go up to Pennsylvania to get those numbers. And then Baylor was the other team you said. I guess Baylor opens up against Auburn on that Friday night. So you're all in on the Wackos game one?
Yeah, they're going to get a nice victory at home.
Okay. All right. I like that. A big year for your cousin coming up.
Yeah, too many rounds of golf for Hugh Freeze. Sorry.
That's all he's been doing over the summer is just lowering that handicap. To go, Hugh
Yeah, that
Freeze.
guy, that's not good for him. That's one of those ones he can't lose to a Big 12 team in an opener. I don't care, home, away, in the parking lot. He can't lose to Baylor. He's going to.
That'd be a problem. Yeah, that would be a problem for them. It's an important game for both teams, but I'm with you. It feels more important for Hugh Freeze and Auburn.
Yes, and his golf game, yeah.
Yeah, to steal one on McLean Stadium.
And you said that's Friday night game?
Friday night, yeah, the day before Texas, Ohio State in the first major Saturday of the season. It'll be Friday, August 29th. So,
I'm ready to make people some cash, brother.
I'm sure you'll be calling a high school game. I got to look into tickets. That could be a fun one for me to drive up to.
What, to the Baylor game? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Baylor Auburn. You know, boy, who do I root for in that game? I hate Baylor. Always have, always will. But the Auburn media has really ticked me off.
I know.
Couple of years. They do a lot of talking, and it's like, do you guys know how bad you are?
Am I truly rooting for Baylor? I mean, seriously, I feel like I'm rooting for Baylor. Just for the one game, yes.
I'll be there in like neutral colors. And you know what I'm going to try to do if I make it to that game? I'm going to try to be a part of the Baylor line. Now, the group of students that run across the field before the game. If I go, I am going to find a way. I'm going to talk to some buddies who went to Baylor, who know the process. At least they did, 10 years ago when we were in school. I'm going to be like, hey, what do I have to do to get on there? How do I sneak on? I'm sure they probably check for student ID, and they probably check for less receding hairlines than the one I have. But I am going to find a way on the field before the game. You'll see me running across. That's always the first cut on the telecast. It's like, we're here at McLean Stadium in Waco, and boom, and the B-roll is the students running across the field.
The 20,000 fans that show up for the game, 10,000 of them are now running across the field.
You're going to see me in a TSU shirt and hat.
That is great.
I'm going to be at the front of the line.
I want you to headbutt one of the players on the sideline.
Tom Herman style?
Hell yeah. Come on, man. Get into that game. That's a big money game right there. That's a 50,000 unit play to start the season.
Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to go to jail, so I don't know if I'm going to be headbutting anybody down there. And also, our pregame show the next day starts pretty early because the Texas-Ohio State game is a big 11:15 kickoff here. But I don't know. I'm gonna look into that a little bit for the bit. I'll give me a GoPro and just dart across the field.
Yeah, I know the second game, I have a Lake Travis game at Rockwall Friday night. Rockwall is like 1,000,000 miles away. That's like the longest trip. I know Hank Carter likes to play these teams early. Why?
Really? Who are you betting on in that game?
I'm betting that I need to get back because the next game at Texas is another 11 a.m. What time do I get back from Rockwall if the game starts at like 7:30 up there? Do I get back at 3?
Yeah, I mean, add about half an hour from just your normal trip to Dallas.
Is that all it is, pal? No, it's got to be more than that. Isn't it 60 miles away from Dallas? Rockwall, no?
I don't know. They were in my district in high school.
Really?
I was in Richardson. I know it was a trek. It wasn't like easy getting out there, but I don't remember it being that far. But I don't know. Maybe it is. It's gonna be a late night, early morning for you. But San Jose, San Jose State game. You don't need to be 100% for that one.
Got to be 100%. That's a big game for the Horns after beating Ohio State. You can't beat Ohio State and then show up the next week at home for your home opener looking sloppy. Right. That's as big a game, not as big a game as the Ohio State game, but once you beat Ohio State, expectations of your fans coming back to the opener are you're going to be extremely sharp. You can't. That's one everybody's got to be sharp for, I don't know if there's no threat, but my goodness. Can you imagine beating Ohio State and then coming back at 11 a.m. looking like a piece of crap?
Yeah, I guess I could imagine it. I'd prefer not to.
That's the one the coaches will be losing their mind, BK, all week. Once you get that first victory, they will be like, it'll be like the players will look at the coaches like, hey, didn't we just beat Ohio State? And that's where it comes in. Didn't we just beat Ohio State?
Well, if Texas beats Ohio State, they're probably going to be the number one team in America. I mean, they might open up as the number one team in the country, so they'll stay there. But
sure,
I think if they win that game in week one, regardless of if it's close or a blowout, they're going to skyrocket up to that top spot. So
you got to beat that one because you got Sammy Houston. You got that guy be rolling in here soon too. So.
Last time Texas was number one, they got boat raced by Georgia. Now, the good news is San Jose State is nowhere close to Georgia, but maybe it'll be a little tough for those coaches to get the guys amped up and ready to go for an early kick against San Jose State. But I got faith in the coaches. I got faith in the players, and there's a pretty wide talent gap between those two sides.
I got faith in the second teamers that if the first couple guys want to mess around, then the coaches will have the second guys in there. And if they do well, look out for that next game. That's where you want to keep you. Want to keep your job?
You know who's coaching the Spartans of San Jose State now?
Who's that?
Ken Niumatalolo.
The guy from BYU?
Yeah. And he had Navy for a long time too.
Or maybe that's, he was the Navy guy. So he's now there?
He is now there, yeah. He was at Navy for a long time. But
people were wondering why you got rid of that dude.
I don't know the answer to that. I would be lying if I told you I did, but things were maybe falling apart his last couple of years. They were losing to Army. You can't lose to Army.
Yeah,
that's
true.
The deal there.
That's true. You can't lose that game.
All right. Well, you got more Texas to dive into. We've got sound from the coordinators. We'll let you hear from PK. We'll let you hear from Kyle Flood. We'll let you hear from Jeff Banks. But before we do that, let's give you some shout outs to some of our sponsors, Buck.
Yes, indeed. Our good friends over at Relax the Back. And right now they've got select zero gravity recliners available for you. They have all kinds of different office chairs, office desks, the whole works at Relax the Back. And folks, they have the accessories that are going to help your back, your shoulders, your hips, your thoracic back, your lumbar area feel fantastic. It all happens at Relax the Back in B Caves at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Get yourself an office chair. Almost time to get back. Hey, all you teachers out there, think about it. You're going to need the right kind of chair because you're going to be doing a lot of sitting in that chair, a lot of finger pointing, a lot of sit down. You need to sit down. You need to go do this. You want to be relaxed. And you can at Relax the Back.
Did you say sit on you?
No, you sit down. You kid, sit down over there.
Got it. All right, don't be.
Hey, put that cell phone. Hey, put that cell phone. Turn those cell phones off over there. You want to have it so that your back isn't hurting you from pointing at all these kids the next couple of weeks. Get yourself a nice chair at Relax the Back.
Don't be sitting on any kids, Mark Mangino. Don't be doing any of that stuff. All right. Love Relax the Back. Also love AV consultations. Hey, we are 31 days away from Texas, Ohio State. Fall camp is today. Hey, we got football tomorrow. The Hall of Fame game in the NFL is tomorrow night. Football is back. Make the call to AV consultations to make sure that you can enjoy all of the football all year long from the comfort of your own home. Stop spending all of your time and money driving around the city every Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Thursday and Wednesday when we get to Maction time. Make your home the place to be for friends, for family, most importantly, for yourself this football season with a custom TV setup from AV Consultations. If you want the 4-screen man cave like I have, if you want the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want the badass home theater room with the giant projector and the surround sound, all those great Sonos speakers, whatever you're looking for, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. Even some for your patio as well. The outdoor TV setup, they've got your back. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988, getting close to 40 years here in business. and they can hook you up as well. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or find them online at avconsultations.com.
So Rockwell, is that west of that's north, that's northeast, right? Of Dallas?
You maps on your phone. Why are you asking me these questions?
Because you lived up there. Maps and such as, you lived there. You live right outside of Rockwall.
South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as.
I know. Such as, you live there. Somebody's saying it's only an hour from. It's east of Dallas. Thank you. That's what I thought. I'm good. That's all I want to know. It's east.
Yeah, I don't know how far east. Northeast is what the people are saying.
That's what I'm saying. Northeast. Now I'm good. Now my maps and such as are coming back to me.
All right. Ask Craig Way these questions. Don't ask me these questions. Just Craig will tell you how to get there and what shortcuts are available, and he'll give you everything you need to know. That guy's better than MapQuest. He's got you. He's got you.
1 hour from Alvarado.
Yeah, that doesn't. How does that help you?
It doesn't. It doesn't help.
I love our guy Patrick. That's where he is, which we appreciate you tuning in, Patrick, every day. But what does that do for you?
It doesn't do anything for me. I'm not going to be the driver anyway, or the guy coming back at 3:00 in the morning. I'm just a passenger in the back seat, sleeping in the back. Well, I got a couple of guys that are like heroes when it comes to driving. My boy Stu Myrick, when I drive with him, that guy was like a truck driver. All he needed was a big old 32-ounce Coca-Cola and some muffins, and he was ready to go back. I'm like, damn, I'm falling asleep. It's way past my bedtime when those football games in. That dude was just like waking up and ready to go.
Sideline Stu Myrick, Speedway Stu Myrick out there on the roads. Don't mess with him.
I'm not a late night driver, BK. I'm not like you. You're one of those guys that can go the distance at night in the dark. I can't do it. I can't
see shit, but I do it. They got places to be.
I need to go underneath the bridge and go to sleep.
You're hanging out with them, huh? And you smell like them too.
Hey, I'm an all day driver. Get me up when the sun rises before our show there. I can go right now all the way until it starts to get dark. I can do that driving let me do that driving for you. But when the sun sets, hey, in the west over there, rises in the east, sets in the west. Guess what I'm doing? I'm in the back seat. Don't even talk to me. I'm ready to sleep. Or, by the way, you can pull over at Motel 6 and we can start the next day if you like. And I'll start it off the next day.
That's the trucker lifestyle right there. Now we're talking.
I had my brother, before he passed away, that guy could drive through the night. And he'd make trips, to like West Virginia and places like that. He'll be like nonstop. And he was the guy that he didn't want anybody to pass him once he hit the highway. He didn't want a car that was going fast to pass him. I'm like, dude, we got all day and you're going to drive all night. Why are you worried about this guy? Well, he's going 70. I need to go 76. I'm like, oh my God.
That's good. You want that guy, dude. Right?
Yeah, he was that guy.
Destination fast.
He was that guy. He was golf course. I want to fight guy too. Ball rolls up on him. He's taking the ball and slamming it back to whoever drove the ball near him. He was golf course fight guy.
That's a bad bit right there.
That's a horrible bit.
Yeah.
Things happen at the golf course. That somebody hits a ball of their lifetime where you're always telling the guy, hit the ball. It's never going to get here. Why are you waiting back there? You can hit it. They've already been in the woods 18 times. Then they hit the shot of their life and it rolls, it's still back 10 yards behind you. My brother's the guy who'd go back the 10 yards and hit it back at them the other way. Like, why are you hitting balls up on me? It never even came close to him.
He'd pull out an iron and just hit it back towards the tee box.
That was him, yeah. It was too close for him. It was too close for comfort. Why are you rushing? Why are you hitting balls 10 yards, 20 yards from me? I'm like, dude, the ball's not even near you.
That is great. Oh, man. Some people are high-strung on the course. It's supposed to be relaxing, but it's the exact opposite of that.
Oh, no, he went out so he could find a fight.
Yeah, that's great.
And plus, we were always playing munis, so there was like a fight every time we went out because there was always going to be somebody shank one off a tree, or, it would go back to the green behind him. It'd be like, hey, you're at the tee box. Why is this ball coming backwards at the green? He'd want to know why you hit such a bad shot. He was evaluating every swing on the course from everybody, man. It just to drive me. I couldn't play with the dude. I played with him like 3 or 4 times, and I couldn't do it anymore because, I thought I was going out there to kind of semi-relax. I already suck at it,
Was he even playing, or was he literally just judging and looking to fight?
Oh, he was playing. He could hit it, but he was looking. He was judging everybody on the course. Everything.
Yeah.
If you've been over on one knee, or if you were sitting there plumb bobbing, he would make a kind of sound that you could hear from like 8 holes over. Like, oh, come on. You know how you do when you're waiting around and a guy has dropped like 3 balls out of his bag after hitting it in the water, and you make all kinds of noises so that they know that you're there. That was like on every hole with him. It was like, oh my God, I can't do this.
You would have hated playing with me. I could tell you that.
Unloading the bag with balls.
Oh, man. Yep. We got to spend a few extra minutes looking for this one, boys. I'll find it. It's in there somewhere.
Oh, that's what my guys go. Is that the only ball you brought with you? Here, they'd pull a ball out of the bag and give it to you. Texas cheaters, they try to do that whole, I think the ball is right here. First of all, they never lose a ball, which I don't understand. I don't know why when I hit it in the woods, I can't find it. But I've been playing with guys for 20 years. They've never lost a ball. I'm like, how is that possible? That ball hit 200 yards into the woods, but all I can hear is, I got it.
Oh, they keep one in their pocket and they drop one close to the woods.
And as long as if they play a white ball and they find another white ball in the woods, it doesn't matter what it says or if it's marked or not. I got it. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you got it. I said, my ball trickles into the rough. I can't find mine, but you just found yours over at the lumberjack's house at his cabin in the woods. They don't
tell you what they're playing until they find the ball. Oh, yeah, I've been playing Nike all day. Yeah, this is mine. Is that a Nike too?
We do have at least one guy with our group now that Richard will mark his ball with a blue dot every time. Blue dot. Now, if you happen to have a blue marker and you mark it with a blue dot, he goes livid. He goes, you got all opportunities. I always use a blue dot. Can't you find something else at Staples or something, or at, wherever you get your little markers from? Can't you find another color? Why do you have to mark your ball in blue? I said, well, my ball is already marked because, I'm represented by Titleist, and you guys hit all these other shitty balls anyway. So you just need to know my sponsor is Titleist. So if I see a Titleist ball, that's good.
When's Titleist going to sponsor TSU?
I don't know. Do we have enough golfers? You have to have a certain amount of. You don't have to be a good golfer. You just have to have a certain amount. So you're going to need at least 5 players.
Those are the rules, huh?
Don't add Wags in there. He's not a golfer. He's just a hack.
He is a hack and a half out there.
He may have pickleball. He may have a pickleball sponsor.
No, nobody wants him. I think we lost our pickleball sponsor because of that moment.
Yeah.
That incident that took place.
Yeah, I was getting ready to start marking I don't want to put little dots on my ball. I just want to be able to say, hey, I got it. Here it is. 6 trees over. I'm sorry I'm right behind the tree, but then when I take the shot, I'm beside that. How does that happen too?
It's Texas Cheaters. That's why you guys have that nickname. It exists for a reason. All right, let's dive back in. Quick shout out to centextickets.com. I went and saw Shelby and the gang over there yesterday. They're ready to go for football season. They've got all the tickets you need. Any Longhorn game, home or away. If you're an Aggie fan, if you're a Texas Tech fan, Baylor fan, whatever, any game you want to get to all season long, they've got tickets for you online at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of your purchase.
Yeah, Jay says Uline balls for Bucky. I can't do them. Any ball you get from Costco, I'm not allowed to play. I'm sorry. That's part of my sponsorship. I can't get any of those Costco balls or whatever. Uline. Titleist has a Uline brand. My representatives don't like that.
You're too good. All the 95s that you shoot, that's too good for Costco.
Yes. I'm very consistent now.
I don't think Costco wants you. They're probably rejecting you when you try to use their brand. I don't want that.
I've left, I'm missing my 6-iron, and that's all I heard about yesterday. Hey, which club are you going to lose today? I left my 6-iron is either at Lions or it's at Apple Rock, the two places. And somebody says, you haven't called up there to find out if your club is there? I said, that club was on eBay before we even got done playing. People don't tend to, if you leave a club now, that thing, before you get to the clubhouse, it's already sold.
You didn't even call?
I haven't even called, no.
Well, they probably got rid of it by now, but there's a chance that somebody was a good Samaritan and brought it in.
Did you say good Samaritan at the Muni?
I don't know. There's a chance. There's a chance. All right. I would have brought it because you're a righty and I'm a lefty. What am I going to do with that shit?
What can I do? I mean, I know you guys know golf. Can I just order an individual 6-iron? Do I have to get online? Because everybody does. The Amazon truck can roll up. But can I go to a golf shop and they will have a 6-iron somewhere? Or do I have to buy the whole damn set? It seems like you got to buy a whole set if you go in. I mean, I know they have wedges, but I don't see individual clubs just, like Mizuno individual clubs anymore. I just see, for $900, you can buy this set, the 7, the 8, the 9, and maybe we'll throw in a wedge, but you can't buy an individual club anymore.
You can buy a club.
You can?
Yeah.
I'm going to the wrong places.
I guess.
Quit going to the pro shop, seeing if you can buy an individual club.
You're not going to find one at the pro shop. No, that's the worst place to buy anything.
Like 3 balls for like $25.
You could buy an individual club because people do that all the time. People lose clubs. They leave clubs. They break a club. They don't want to buy an entire set every time that something goes wrong with one club. So they got you covered.
All right. Okay. All Ronnie's saying Dick's. I live near Dick's.
Yeah.
I went over to I got
any place that sells golf clubs would have that. Or you could buy them online if you don't want to go to a store and do it.
There's the online guys. You know me. I'm not doing anything. Amazon's not rolling up in here and throwing the box over the fence, which they would. I'm going to try that today, BK. That's a good idea.
Go out and buy a club?
I'm going to have my wife go on Amazon and get me a 6-iron and have them chuck it over in the yard so the dog can tear the box apart.
And then tear the club apart too. That's what you're looking for. That'll happen.
True.
All right. We got sound from the 3 coordinators. We're off the rails here on a Wednesday show, but we've got PK, we've got Kyle Flood, we've got Jeff Banks. Buck, I'll give you the honors. Which of the 3 Texas coordinators do you want to hear from first?
Kyle Flood.
All right. We'll start with the offense. We will start with Kyle Flood. The first cut, he was asked very early on yesterday about the red zone struggles from last season. And here's Kyle Flood giving his response to the team's red zone issues and how they plan to fix them here in 2020.
Yeah, that bothers us too as coaches. I think, for us, obviously, when we put a game plan together, we want to execute the plays and score touchdowns in the red area. And it was, if you go back 2 years ago, the red area was a field zone where we made improvement, but we're not up to the standards that we expect to be up to. And certainly when it happens in a game like that, it gets even more notice and, unfortunate. But what I would say to you is, like, the players we're going to have when we go into game 1 this year will be considerably different than the players we had at the end of last year. So we've got a new group. We got to find out what their strengths are as we go through training camp and ultimately design a game plan that works for them.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that gives me the most confidence that the red zone offense is actually going to change. It's still the same coaches. And look, I trust the coaches to adjust and figure it out, but it's the personnel that makes me believe that things will actually be different. Like if Quinn Ewers was back here for another year at quarterback, I'd still be a little concerned about his red zone throwing ability. If Texas was still down a couple of key running backs, going into this season, which hopefully they won't be. Obviously, guys got hurt during fall camp last year. But if Texas was still a little shorthanded at that position, then I would still be a little bit nervous at what the red zone offense is going to be. But I just feel like a better, deeper running back room and a more mobile quarterback are going to solve a lot of the issues that Texas had in the red area and at the goal line last year.
And if you have a stronger offensive line, which is his position, are you going to be better at running the ball in those situations for that offensive line? That's more so than all the things he said about different personnel, including the quarterback. The runners are kind of similar, except for C.J. Baxter's bigger, and he's, hopefully he's healthier and ready to go. But other than that, I put a lot on that offensive line. His position, the same guy who's doing the talking, what are your guys going to be like on the offensive line? Are you going to be able to move somebody, or are you going to get stalemates, or do you have some things that you guys are some plays that are going to help your guys get in better position to help out, to give us a yard.
Right. No, that's part of the personnel changes too. And that's, a big question for this Texas football team is what does that new look offensive line look like?
Right.
Now, here's another one from Kyle Flood. He was asked if the offense overall is going to look drastically different this year. You've got Arch Manning. You also have 4 new starting offensive linemen. Are things going to look much different in 2025?
I don't think it does. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I think there'll be some minor things that we'll do certainly as we go through training camp. And again, always playing to the strengths of who the players are. From the quarterback to the lineman to the wide receivers to the running backs to the tight ends. What are our strengths this year? I don't think you can't just assume that we're going to look the same as last year because, like I said, we've got a lot of different faces out there, a lot of different skill sets out there. I said, but we'll figure that out. But systematically, though, we've got a really strong foundation. And that foundation's been built over time. And I think the system has proven that when executed properly, it can win at a really high level. So I think we've got a really good foundation here. Now, the little tweaks and the little movements that'll happen with the offense, that'll all happen during training camp.
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback will make a big difference in what the defense sees for sure. You're really pressuring the defense with that quarterback. So they're always going to have to be on the lookout for him, keeping the ball at his size and his athletic ability. So you already got a nice advantage with him being underneath the center or in the shotgun or whatever. So that adds to everything. But your basic offense not going to change very much. If he had some new things, some new schemes that they were talking about, he's not going to tell us right now. He's not going to tell you in the first meeting with you that here's a couple new plays that couple new wrinkles, because he doesn't want to tell anybody that. They don't want to talk about that kind of stuff this early. They're going to talk about what they've done before, what their foundation is, the tweaks, and the players are different. But we're not telling you guys any of this shit. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to tell you the first meeting you have with me that here's a couple different new wrinkles that we're going to put in because we've added this kind of personnel. We know there'll be some different type of plays, but they want to go on basic fundamental game plan that they've always done. And if the line is a little bit stronger, the backs are a little bit bigger, and the quarterback's a little bit better, you're already gotten better.
Yeah, it's worked pretty well the last couple of years. We want it to work a little better, right? And we want Texas to get over that semifinal hump. But I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to
you're always ready to tweak stuff because of your personnel.
Yeah, a lot of.
And as I said, the quarterback with the ball in his arms is going to make a huge difference. It really is. I don't expect this group to be bad. Scoring zone, third down and short, fourth down and short. I expect the real pressure to be on whoever's trying to defend this group now.
Should be. I mean, I think Texas's offense should be better this year. I know they're replacing a bunch of starters, and there are some questions at pretty much every position. But 33 points per game is the number they averaged last year. It should have been better last year. That was a step back from 2023. And I thought with everything that the Horns had offensively coming back in 2024, that number was going to be a lot closer to 40 instead of 30. Now, this year, I think that number is going to be over 35 again. And I hope it is closer to 40. There's room for improvement on that side of the football. The defense did most of the heavy lifting last year. The offense obviously did what it needed to do. In some games, they were awesome. They stepped up in certain situations. That's why Texas played for an SEC title and played in the college football playoff semifinal. But I want that group to do more of the heavy lifting this year than I felt like it did last season.
Yeah, like I said, and we'll find out who are the guys that you're going to be able to count on in the first 3 weeks. You're going to know, and even after you play Ohio State, the next couple of teams that you play that aren't as good as some of those teams you're going to play, near as good as SET, even some of the cellar dwellers, you're going to find out who starts to stand, who people start to trust in, who the quarterback trusts in, how much the head coach trusts in the quarterback, what he's willing to do with that quarterback And as you said, if BK, if that guy gets into the game and we see 6 or 7 design type of quarterback runs, quarterback draws, and things like that, it's not going to change. That's just the way it's going to be. He's just going to take his chances and let the guy be an athlete and go. I mean, I love to see it, but I'm also going to be loving to be very careful with it, because I think you have other talented runners in this offense that if this offensive line is a little bit better with the run, that you can turn around. I'm just not sure about the passing game. I know Sark has always done well. I think you probably have a guy that puts a little bit more threat in the passing game, but Quinn Ewers could throw the ball. I mean, we're not talking about some scrub just coming off the street throwing it. That guy could throw the football, So this to have that kind of, I don't know if you have those kind of players as wide receivers. I think that's what we're all waiting to see, how the quarterback wide receiver room, how they come together and how quickly they'll have to come together too, like in week 1.
Right. Yeah, I think Arch Manning could throw the football very well. And I think these receivers are going to be great. I really do. I know we haven't seen them yet at Texas, at least a lot of them yet at Texas, but I got full confidence in that room. But speaking of the wide receivers.
That's good because that to me, as we talked about defense and defensive line and how I've over the last 2 years questioned, can they do it again and again? And now they have to do it a third year in a row. I feel more in tune that they can get it done. I'm just want to know the consistency of the receiver room. Is 1 or 2 guys going to step up that the really young guys that are going to step up? We know he's going to have his 3 or 4 guys. That's just the way that has been since Sark has been here. 3 or 4 guys seems to be plenty. You give me 4, I'm good. And they stay all healthy.
Here's Kyle Flood. He was asked about the receivers. He was asked, which receivers outside of Ryan, Wingo, and DeAndre Moore do you feel good about? So if you don't hear Wingo and Moore, it's not a bad thing. It's just the way this question was phrased. Here was Kyle Flood.
Certainly Emmett, even though we really haven't seen him. We see him on film, obviously, so we're excited about Emmett. But guys in our program, I think the 2 guys, they jump out right away, like Parker Livingston had a great spring. And he's just a guy, he just does things right all the time. And I think he's going to earn himself a role on this offense for sure. And then Ryan Niblett. Ryan Niblett's got a tremendous skill set, and he's really a selfless player. That's played out over the first couple of years. Great teammate, and I'm really excited about Ryan as well.
So he's back into the wide receiver room.
I don't know. I thought he was a safety. I don't know what that guy is. He's a receiver one day. He's a running back the next day. He's a defender the next day. It's that's.
Well, the offensive one of the offensive coordinators seems to think he's in the receiver room again. So who knows?
He was recruited as a wide receiver. That was his natural position coming out of high school. So I love hearing that Ryan Niblett's making some things happen and turning some heads. But I don't know if I believe him or believe in him just yet. Parker Livingston's the guy I believe in. I think that guy absolutely is going to have.
Well, that's the guy that they talked a lot about, during the spring. So
yeah, 6'4". He's long. He's got some speed. He was only a 3-star out of high school, but he got hurt his senior year. He put up some ridiculous numbers his junior year of high school ball in the state of Texas. I think at Lovejoy, and then he got hurt, missed 95% of his senior year, and I think that hurt his recruiting grade. But Texas stayed the course with him. And yeah, he had a tremendous spring. And he just, again, when your offensive coordinator says you just do everything right, when you're a guy fighting for playing time, you want your coach saying that kind of thing about you. And I think Parker Livingston he's got a very good shot to be one of those top 4 guys that you're talking about in that wide receiver role. So I'm excited. Last year, at this time last year, Buck, we thought Isaiah Bond and Jonte Cook were going to be the 2 best receivers for Texas. And that wasn't the case. We didn't know how good Matthew Golden was going to be. We didn't know anything about DeAndre Moore. Ryan Wingo was obviously going into year 1. Those were kind of your 3 most productive wide receivers you had last year.
Well, so, it doesn't. But you're right, and it's worked out for Texas over the last 2 years. But it doesn't always work out to the way that how Matthew Golden played. That guy ended up being a little bit more of a special talent than a lot of people realized, And
yeah, of course. And I think there's somebody in this room who's going to be close to that. And I also think I don't think Texas had great wide receiver play, consistent wide receiver play outside of Matthew Golden last year.
I don't either.
At times, guys were good. DeAndre Moore was great at the start of the year. Isaiah Bond had a couple of big games. Wingo had his moments, but the guy who was second on the team as a wide receiver in receiving yards had 34 catches for 540 yards. I think there's room for improvement there. So you might not, I don't know if you have a first round pick in next year's draft like you did with Matthew Golden, but I think the depth in that wide receiver room could play out to be better this year than it was last.
Well, you take those numbers, the numbers with Matthew Golden. I mean, if you can get 2 or 3 other guys that can be consistent, like you said, that can catch the ball. I mean, Moore's got to come back because there was nothing except for the fact that I think the injury really set him back. I think he'll be as good or better because I wouldn't expect him much last year. So,
right, yeah, no, he had 0 catches his first year, so we didn't know anything about DeAndre Moore, and then he burst on the scene, and again had some drops issues, and then the toeage injury at the end of the year. But there's no reason to think that he's not going to be better in his second year of getting significant playing time. So, yeah, I like that room. I like Emmett Mosley a lot. You know, he was a post-spring transfer, but his teammates, his coaches, they've all raved about him. He put up really good numbers in a lackluster passing offense at Stanford last season.
Well, anybody that they've gone to target at that position has come out to be pretty good. So, yeah, I feel pretty good about Mosley. I got to believe he's the guy that gets in the slot, makes catches, and runs like hell with the ball. Sort of what we were expecting from the kid, you know, from Oregon State last year. We didn't see enough of to get that part done. Or Bond, you know, because he was always banged up and hurt.
Well, could Emmett Mosley be this year's A.D. Mitchell or Matthew Golden, right? Like that's lofty comparison, but could he put it together and be that type of impact transfer for Texas?
I look for him to be one of the more consistent guys. But the guy that we're all looking to see is Wingo. How much has he improved over 1 year? That's the guy. That's to me that's will be on the head coach, the player himself, and the position coach, because he's got all the tools to be that guy, you know?
Yeah, he's got the highest ceiling, I think, of anybody in that room. And he should be the number 1 receiver on this team. Like when we're looking at the stats at the end of the year, like Ryan Wingo, maybe it's not all 3 categories, catches, yards, and touchdowns, but like he should lead in 2 of them at least.
At least catches.
This year. One more from Kyle Flood. Good stuff here from the offensive coordinator. He was asked about the right tackle spot, right? That's one of your 2 offensive linemen, or excuse me, one of your 4 offensive linemen starters that you're replacing, but one of the 2 that you're not quite sure who the guy is going to be. Kyle Flood was asked if right tackle was solidified by Brandon Baker or if this is a battle that will go through camp.
Yeah, definitely going to be a camp battle for sure. We've got a couple guys who have been playing there in the spring, and Andre Kojo and Brandon Baker, who have done a really nice job. I think both those guys have changed their bodies, improved their skill sets. And, you know, we'll figure out in training camp how that all plays out. But I think one of the advantages we have is we're going to play against a really talented edge group in training camp. So I think these guys are going to get challenged on a day-to-day basis. And, you know, I know it's going to come fast, but, you know, right now we're at the beginning of it. So, you know, both guys are going to go out and compete, and we'll see how it plays out through training camp.
It's got to be a lot of fun when the players that you go against at practice are as good or better than the ones you'll see in games throughout the season. That can only help you out. That can only help your offensive line, and it has over the last couple of years. Sounds like Baker has a little bit of the edge right now. So, but to hear them talk about the other guy is important, because that other guy not only is playing for that position, somebody's the swing guy in this group that's going to get a lot of reps. When a guy goes down at a different position, that swing guy who's close to being a starter somewhere, it may end up at another position because he's that good. You can't look on to somebody else. So the swing guy is going to be important, because you know how the offensive line goes. Somebody's always going to go down.
Yeah, for sure. And we might see those guys rotate, maybe in game 1, maybe in the first month of the season, maybe for the entirety of the season, right? Like whoever wins that job out of camp might not have the job for all 12 games. So, you know, Brandon Baker's the 5-star. I think he's the guy that most Texas fans want to get that job. But Andre Kojo's going into year 3, while Brandon Baker's going into year 2. So Kojo's got the experience edge. He's got the maturity edge. Maybe his body's a little bit more developed at this stage in his career. So it'll be an interesting one. But you're right. Like we talked to guys on the 05 team a lot, and they're always like, man, we were so confident because we knew what we were seeing in practice was better than anything we were going to see on Saturday. And we all want 2025 Texas to look like 2005 Texas.
Sure.
So that's iron sharpens iron. I mean, I think Texas has the best edge room in the country. So what a way for Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker and Andre Kojo and all of these tackles to, earn their stripes
every day,
test their mettle every single day. Like you're going up against Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and Trey Moore and Brad Spence and, Colton Vosick. Like that group is as good as it gets. So that's going to help.
They see this stuff every day. So all the drills that they go against these guys, they've got to, it just helps them get better in a hurry because you're not going to play those type of players. You're going to play against big players, but you're not going to play against those type of players every week. But you're doing it at every practice. Every time you go out there, with your pads on, damn, I got to go against this guy again today and tomorrow and the next day. So you're ready for games.
Yeah. If we hear stories about, the right tackles looking really good in camp, that's a great sign. Like
it certainly is
a good sign any year. But again, when you know who they're going up against every day,
that's true.
That's going to make you feel a lot better about that group. So there's some sound from Kyle Flood there. Very interested to see how this right tackle battle plays out over the next 31 days. Buck, before we get to some PK sound and some Jeff Banks sound, how about another quick round of sponsor shout outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all of your alcohol needs, whether it's a big party, small party, big gathering, small gathering. Those guys are wholesale distributors. They can get it to you, and they're getting it to a lot of different groups in Travis County for sure. But if you want to go and pick up a nice bottle of wine or your favorite tequila, head on over. 4601 Southwest Parkway, 34 Wine and Spirits. There you'll also see the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer.
Yes, sir. And another shout out to Altstadt Beer and the Altstadt Brewery. They are continuing to match all donations made to the Hill Country Flood Relief Fund.
Awesome.
So if you make a donation on their website and you type in Altstadt Brewery in the description, then they are going to match all donations up to $150,000. So there's still help needed in those areas that were ravaged by the floods earlier this month. And our friends at the Altstadt Brewery are doing their part to help out. So let them help. And, you make a donation, again, on the Hill Country Flood Relief Fund website, and you mention Altstadt Brewery, and boom, they will match all donations right there. And it's also great beer, like the Buck said, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. And football is back tomorrow. You might need some beer to get you through the Hall of Fame game. But we do have football back tomorrow, and then the real stuff will be here before you know it, for your tailgates, for your watch parties, for all of your football consuming all season long. Make sure you've got the greatness of Altstadt Beer by your side. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Love Altstadt Brewery. All right, which coordinator do you want to hear from next, Buck?
Let's hear from PK.
All right, we'll go to the defensive side of the ball. Pete Kwiatkowski. You and I were talking about the secondary earlier, and we touched on the importance of communication in that back end and just how much of a positive impact that had last year. PK was asked, despite losing Jade Barron and Andrew Makuba, a couple of veterans, a couple of studs, how do you make sure that DB communication stays strong this coming season?
Practice, and from Coach Aquina, Coach Orfe, and all of us, emphasizing that in practice, and they know the importance of it. They saw the results of it, and they've been doing a good job with it so far, and just keep practicing it. And the more we communicate, the more trust we have, the more confidence guys have, and the faster we play, and obviously the better we play.
Yeah, they're going to see it when these guys go against Arch Manning. Things are going to pick up. The speed of the game will pick up because of his athletic ability, his movement. So those guys will have to be able to communicate. That's going to really help them because they've got now two new coaches, like you said, in that secondary. The communications will be important. It's nice although you're coming from the University of Piscataway, I mean, the communications is different. The lingo is different to what, what they're used to. It's PK's communication. You can talk about what you did at other places, but the players understand what the guy who's the defensive coordinator, what he's looking for. So position coaches have to make sure they're on the same page with their players as the defensive coordinator is. You got to be careful of your terminology when you start talking, because somebody will say that's not what we use here.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't mean to do it. It just naturally happens because of where you were before. But that communications can't get screwed up in a game,
They're saying chemistry between coaches can be just as important as it is between
Yes.
players.
Yeah. This in your mind means the same as the guys talking about there, but the communication and the way you say it can screw up everybody. So they all have to get on the same page. And now this is the time. Spring is nice, but this is the time now. This, as you said, 31 days to the game. Every day now, every bit of communications has to start to bring it in so it's all tight by the time the game rolls around. And you got plenty of time for it. There'll be plenty of mistakes made, but you also want to get it so you make your mistakes now and not when the game comes.
Yeah, I'm glad PK said what he said, right? Like, I think it's important for those younger guys who played last year, but now are obviously being elevated into bigger roles. Like, they got to see the importance of that communication last year,
Right.
and that chemistry on the back end. So again, the great news is Michael Taft is back. If you were replacing all three of those, all-American caliber players, then I'd still feel okay because there's a lot of talent there, but it'd be more of a learning curve. You've got that veteran, you've got that guy who's been here forever, who knows where not only he's supposed to be, but where everybody's supposed to be at all times. Like, that's a nice security blanket, to use a phrase you used in hour one of today's show. But yeah, for those other guys to just learn from Taft and to see what Barron and Makuba and those guys did together last year, that's going to pay massive dividends, I think.
Yeah, and I hope Michael Taft is at the point where him and Mamini Muhammad and Gilbo and some of those guys, they have enough communication. They've been around each other long enough. They've been in this system long enough that he can be himself and not have to be another coach on the field. He's going to do that just by the plays that he makes, but let him do the natural things that he's used to doing instead of trying to get you all set up. You need to be there. You need to be there. Oh, hell no, I'm not in the right places. I'm worried about where you are. Those things happen. Those things kind of naturally happen when you're the leader back there. When you're the center fielder, that kind of happens, that you end up doing a lot of coaching. But I like for that guy to be the natural, because somebody's got to pick off the passes. Somebody's got to be in the position. He can't screw up what he's naturally been doing over the last couple of years, being around the ball, being around fumbles, being around interceptions, because he's too busy trying to coach somebody else up.
Yeah. That's, 2 years ago when Texas had one of the worst pass defenses in the sport.
Oh, my God.
We didn't think Michael Taft was that good. And, he got better last year on his own, but a part of it was because he was doing what you were just talking about. Like,
yes, putting guys in the right position.
He's like spending all this time pointing fingers, but you just kind of lumped him in with the rest of the secondary because everybody was bad. And it's like, well, he's out there all the time and he's pointing fingers, and how much of this is his fault and what's going on back there? And then you realize, like, oh, you get better players in there and you get that communication right. And like, oh, this is how good this guy can be.
Yeah, now they've been around. All of them have been around. Gilbo, they've all been around long enough now that they understand enough. They don't need one single player to get them lined up. They understand with motions and everything else where they need to be. Who's my guy? Yeah, that one year, it was a bunch of guys pointing at each other going, was that your guy who just went past both of us? Or was that my guy? What were we in? Was that, were we playing quarters or was that man? What was it? That was awful to see at the university a couple of years ago when guys they were so horrible in the secondary. That communications has changed. And now they've been around long enough in this system. Well, they know they don't need Michael Taft to guide them. Michael Taft needs to play his game too, because he's important to what they do, and he needs to be as natural as he can be too.
The experience, right? Taft's going into year 5. You've got Gilbo going into year 4. Muhammad's going into year 3 pretty much as a starter. Derek Williams going into year 3. You've got, who did I not mention? Jelani McDonald going into year 4. Like,
Kobe Black's got to be, what is he, a sophomore only?
Well, to me, those are like your projected starting 5 right there. And other guys are going to play, but you're talking about like 5 upperclassmen there who are likely to be your best 5, or at least your starting 5 in the secondary. So Like that experience thing. Again, not everybody has started a bunch of games at Texas, but you've got enough guys who have been around the block and know this defense and what's expected of them. So that should make that transition away from
Absolutely.
Barron and Cuba much easier. All right, more from PK here as I go back and find my notes. The new look defensive line lost 7 players, lost 7 scholarship players from the defensive line last year. Obviously, 5 new transfers, a bunch of new freshmen. PK was asked, what does he like about the new look defensive line so far?
Buy-in, the want to, attention to the detail, doing all the little things right that has nothing to do with football. They're all been really good. Had a really good offseason, good summer. We got some talented guys. I think we got good depth there. I think we got really good depth there, better than last year. We'll see, how we perform and how productive we are. But we really like what we got.
They got a lot of depth. That's good to know. They got a lot of depth. So they'll find somebody. Somebody will be better than the other, but the next guy got to be close to the guy that they do find. We know that in the Heat and in the SEC, you better have 2 and 3 deep that you can put guys in and feel comfortable that they're going to be in for a couple series. And it's just a matter of them getting used to playing at this level. There's a lot of guys coming in that have played, major college football, but the level of where the places they were at may not be the same. Those guys may walk into a practice here and go, holy shit, this practice is tougher than I played when I played, in the ACC or games in the Big Ten. So it's just a matter of once they get used to it, once they get to the level of football, they'll be ready to go. Obviously, they're talented, or they wouldn't go after those guys. They wouldn't say, hey, you need to come from Syracuse and come play here. They'd say, nah, you need to stay at Syracuse. You can't play at this level. So if they're bringing them here, they feel like they're talented enough. So the players themselves now they got to find their way through it, and they will in the summertime. Once the pads get on, they'll find their way. Some of them have found their way in the spring, but they'll find their way now over the next 31 days.
Yeah, I think the top end talent up front is probably not what it was last year, but it is interesting. I mean, we heard Steve Sarkisian
and I said the
say,
same thing. I said the same thing about the year before. I said, there's just no way. There's no way it can be.
Well, I don't think the top end talent last year was as good as it was 2 years ago. Now the overall D line play was just as good, but like I think Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat were better players than Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. But again, the whole team, we really care more about the unit. That was just as good. So like I don't think the 2 best D linemen are going to be as good as the 4 guys you've had the last 2 seasons. But Sark in Atlanta talked about the depth. This defense being as deep as he's ever had at Texas. Now you've got PK saying this defensive line is deeper than it was last year. Like that's what you need at those positions. And that's something, okay, if you can't find a Tavondre Sweat or Byron Murphy in the transfer portal, like bring in a bunch of guys who can just as a whole collectively replace what those guys have brought to the table the last 2 seasons. So that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah, it's hard to find those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, the guys that Texas brought in were pretty expensive. Getting those dudes out of the portal, that's a premium position. That's a position everybody wants because everybody knows how important it is. So you got to pay a little bit extra for guys who might not be that level. And that's why you don't want to have to rely on getting 5 from the portal every single off season. But Texas is going all in, Buck. It's clear to me. Like they're pushing all of their chips to the center of the table this year. And I don't think it's a 1-year only thing, but they feel like they've got enough. And you don't go get those 5 defensive linemen if you're not trying to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the program is a win now program anyway. And it's going to be like that every year, whether Arch Manning is quarterback or who the next quarterback is. The football team itself as a whole with 11 on offense, 11 on defense, what you do on special teams as a whole is a team looking for championships every year. This isn't one of those, okay, we can have a down year and win 7, but then the following year we expect for such and such group to be so much better that we will be right back in the hunt. This is a group that's looking to be in the hunt every year now. Yeah, they just are. And then when you get a quarterback like you have right now and you have players like you've been getting, whether it's in the transfer portal or in recruiting these top recruiting classes, it's every year now. It's now.
Sure. One of those players from one of the top recruiting classes is Colin Simmons. One more from PK today. How does Colin Simmons improve? Simmons led the Longhorns in sacks last year with 9 as a true freshman. Named Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year. Was just named first team preseason All SEC a couple of weeks ago. How does Colin Simmons take a step in year 2?
Really, it's the details of playing the position, just being more consistent. We know he's a playmaker. He's got great ability and skill. It's just attention to the details, being more physical when we need him to be more physical, and just continue to grow and develop, take advantage of the ability he has.
Yeah, when the spotlight's on, that guy will make the plays. But when it's a every down kind of deal, what is he like on, second down and 3, not the 3rd and 6s where, he can cut it loose and get to the quarterback and make a play. What does he do against the run, normal downs? How does he play? Is he consistent in his regular play? That'll be it. Because when the lights are on, that dude he knows the spotlight will be on him in pass rushing in situations, 3rd and long, 3rd and medium, 3rd and whatever. But how is he on first down? Is he a consistent player on first down against the run? Those are the things you start looking for in great players like that, how they play every down.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Colin Simmons has a target on his back this year. Like last year, he was the freshman that kind of burst onto the scene. I don't want to say out of nowhere. He was a 5-star. People kind of knew who he was, but now everybody knows who Colin Simmons
the running backs, the tackles, everybody will know. They know that number. The game plan, they'll have that thing will be circled. Don't let this guy wreck our offense. Don't let him jar balls or loose because you didn't have anybody to pick up and you didn't eyeball that guy. If you got nobody to pick up and you're in the backfield, you better find out where that dude is lined up to help out because whoever's playing against him is going to need help.
And the best edge rushers in football, they don't care. They fight off the chips. They deal with the double teams. Like they still find ways to make things happen. So
they come back. They come back on quarterbacks and step up in the pocket. As they go by them, they don't stop there. They just keep coming back and they strip the guy from behind. They strip running backs. I mean, is he going to be that guy? Those are the things that are going to be interesting to watch with him. What does he do down the field? I saw him get down the field and make Anthony Hill goes everywhere to make plays. Is this kid, Colin Simmons, going to be one that not only makes plays, in your backfield, but does he come down the field and knock the ball, jar the ball loose from some guy that he hits from behind? Because that's the way his motor works. So that'll be interesting to see.
Those two guys, it'll be the last year that they are sharing the same field at the same time. Man, they're a couple of stars and can't wait to see what Colin Simmons does in his second year. Yeah, I mean, he's setting high goals for himself. We've touched on this a number of different times. He is trying to break the Longhorns' all-time single-season sack record, which is 22.5, set by Kiki Diayala in 1982. Texas hasn't had a player get to double-digit sacks since 2013. Forget 20.
Yeah, it's time.
By the way, if Colin Simmons gets 15 sacks this year, that'll be good enough for second in a single year in school history. Nobody else besides Kiki has more than 14 in a season. So even if he gets to 15, he might be a little disappointed because he's shooting for 23. He gets to 15, he'll be in the Texas record books. We'll take that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for Ethan Burke. I think he goes to another level. I think he understands this is a kind of money year for him. If he wants to have a career in the NFL, this is the one right here for him. Where he played, I mean, I love him against the run. I think with his long arms and some of the things he can do, I think he becomes a crazy pass rusher this year.
Yeah, it's now or never time for Ethan Burke, but I'm expecting big things from him too. I think he's been really solid, but he's gotten stronger. He's gotten faster. He's gotten multiple call-outs from coaches and teammates over the last few months. So, yeah, it's now or never time. I think Ethan Burke's an NFL player, and I think he's going to show the nation why. But, 2 sacks last year. Again, it's not all sacks. He made plays in the run. He was impacting the game.
He made some great plays in the run game. But if he can stay on that consistent run level, I know they love the big pass rushers, but in the NFL, you got to be able to stop the run too. And that guy's got the length and the strength to do that in the run game also. That's what I like about him too.
I think, I think Ethan Burke can have the year that Baron Sorrell had last year. And that was good enough for Terrence Harrell to get drafted. What, like early 4th rounds to the Green Bay Packers? Like I think that's where Ethan Burke can be if he puts it all together. And honestly, I feel like he will this season. He'll get drafted next year. All right. We've got a little bit of sound from Jeff Banks to get to, including an update on the returners, who's
now we're talking.
To be the kickoff and punt returners for the Horns this season. But before we let you hear from the special teams coordinator / tight end coach, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out friends over at Sue Patrick since 1975. I know Jay's listening this morning. They've got tons of course, Texas Longhorn apparel for men and women, of course. Tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there just for you, collectibles, accessories. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking spaces for you at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on by there, say hello. Look, I got my gear on today. Going totally with my Sue Patrick gear today, my home jersey. So I'm excited about that. Plus, it makes great golf apparel. Believe me, when you're out there sweating your wet off, these shirts, you're talking about soaking it up, BK. They still stay nice. For some reason, it stays dry. It's not hanging on you all wet. I love these. I do love these polos that they have at Sue Patrick. And Dad, you're going to love them too. But they also have them for Mom too. All the different sizes, also scheduled glasses and T-shirts. They've got the Jelly Cats there available for you. And it all happens at 5222 Burnett Road. That's SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our great friends out of Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, also our good friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company. The day after golf meetings, I get to Hat Creek today. So I get to have my double with cheese and those fries. And I get myself a strawberry milkshake today. So I get to get great food at Hat Creek Burger. Love their burgers, folks. Also in the area now, they have Hat Creek Burger that opens up at 7 a.m. for your breakfast needs. Pancakes, sausage, tacos, the whole works. But what I love the burgers. And it is my burger day at Hat Creek Burger. Over 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, started right here in Austin, Texas. Love Hat Creek Burger.
Yes, indeed. Hat Creek Burger Company. That's a good call right there. Perfect for the whole fam here in the summer.
Get that van, get the kids, getting close to school time, get the neighborhood kids. Dad, that's right. Got that big paycheck this week. Let's go. If you're an officer, you got that extra money with your little fundraiser that you had. You're out there getting people. You're getting that little extra coin. Bring the neighborhood kids. Bring them over to Hat Creek.
Yeah, get the kids, round them up in that windowless van, and bring them over to Hat Creek Burger Company. That's good advice.
The van with the windows all darkened.
If you suffer a personal injury from that or anything else, you got to reach out to Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Central Texas. He's been fighting for justice and big results here in the Austin area for a decade. He's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade. He's a great guy who's going to fight for you every step of the way. When you call those lawyers you see on TV, they're doing weird stuff. They're standing on cars. They're hosting podcasts with little girls. Why are they doing that? That's not what a good attorney should do. You want an attorney spending his time fighting for you. That's what you will get with Hurricane Hecht. So a car wreck, injured on the job, a dog bit you, anything weird like the Bucks talking about, whatever, reach out to Hurricane Hecht. Again, your go-to personal injury attorney. Let him flood your pockets with cash. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. You can find him online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
The good, of course, McCall Custom Homes, Mike and the gang over there, they can get anything done with your home, whether it's a bathroom, outdoor facility. They did some wonderful things for my wife and our outdoor our porch out there. It was all screened in. My wife wanted to have it partly windowed in, so she got windows, and now we have replacement screens that she can pull out. And thanks to McCall Custom Homes. Those guys got that done in a couple days. Now I've got one that's a little loose. Mike's coming by tomorrow, so I get a chance to see Mike and his gang tomorrow for a little bit. But, man, did they do a nice job. Much easier to pull the screens out and wash them than to try to do an entire screen porch. And if you want to have some changes in your home, let McCall Custom Homes, let those guys do the job. They'll find a way to get it done for you.
There you go. All right. Let's let you hear from Jeff Banks here. The return game, Buck, you've asked me a lot about who the returners are going to be for the Longhorns in 2025, and I've told you that I have no idea. Well, the guy who does have an idea and the guy who ultimately will make that decision gave us a little insight into that question yesterday. Jeff Banks was asked, hey, right now, who are your returners?
Well, I think there's three guys, right? Like Demo, Niblett, and Trey Wisner will probably be the three guys that we use to return punts and kicks, and in different guys have different strengths there, but certainly three veteran guys that we trust. And I think that's the big word, right, is trust. I think we were more of a returner-based system the last 2 years with Silas and Matt Golden last year, and then Worthy and Blue. I think we'll be more of a pressure unit this year. But I like all three of those guys. I like their skill set. I think they all got home run ability. I mean, they're all 21, 5, 22 GPS type guys, miles an hour, and yet again, they've been on coverage units. They've been in the fray. They've been in the mix. They're seasoned veterans. And so now it's just about honing up those skills the next 25, 30 days and getting them ready for live action.
How about that?
Sounds like
Moore.
Niblett's going to have a role somewhere.
Well, yeah. Well, he said Demo, which is DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett, and Trey Wisner, Buck. Those are the three names that he mentioned.
I don't like to hear Trey Wisner. What the hell are you going to use him for? Don't be putting him on kickoffs. Don't stick him back there. Let him come in there with the first group in the huddle. Don't have him back there returning anything. Oh, he can be on the hands team.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, Texas, they usually go with some of their best players at those return spots, right? They don't just give it to freshmen. They don't just give it to random jabronis. Like they give it to guys that are really good and guys that they trust. So I know a lot of folks are like, well, DeAndre Moore's a starting receiver and Trey Wisner's a starting running back. Really? You're considering putting those guys out there? That's kind of par for the course for this coaching
it's okay.
staff.
It's okay to return punt. Somebody's got to be the punt guy, return guy. But
Right.
I'll find somebody to go back there and return kickoffs. I'm not, like I said, I've learned my lesson a long time ago about putting starting running backs as kickoff returners. No thanks. The second guy can go back there to the third guy or the fourth wide receiver. That's fine. Can't put my starter back there as a kickoff return. And then again, most of those things don't get returned anyway in college football anymore. In football, period. Most of them get kicked out of the end zone. Very seldom have a guy returning kickoff. So that's probably low risk right now.
We saw Jaden Blue doing some kickoff returns the last couple of years, even though he was, a significant contributor at running back. So, yeah, I do get a little weary hearing Trey Wisner's name mentioned there. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the coaches trust him, and it doesn't surprise me that he will do a really good job at that type of role.
Yeah, sure.
You've got a couple of injury-laden guys in that room already.
Yes.
After what happened last year.
Absolutely. That's the part you don't want to hear after last year, beginning of the season. I don't want that guy back there returning my opening kick. I'll find somebody back there. Hey, take a knee, my friend. Catch it and take a knee. I can trust in somebody catching an end-over-end kickoff return. It's the punt return guy that you got to have faith. I don't care if that guy's your starter at any position and he's the best hands guy there, then go ahead and put him back there.
Yeah, everybody freaked out when Xavier Worthy was like the punt returner, and it's like, whoa, he's like your best receiver. Why are you putting him back there? Well, because he's really good at it, and he didn't get hurt doing punt return, and he was a difference maker in special teams. So that's why, the coaches don't think scared. They're not like, we don't want to lose this guy to injury. No, they're trying to make special teams make a difference.
And that's a special position. It's not the same as catching a kickoff than catching a freaking punt.
Right. And like DeAndre Moore is he's not as good as Xavier Worthy, but you've had Worthy, you've had Bolden. Those are two receivers, two guys who played a lot at wide receiver. So to hear DeAndre Moore's name, another receiver, another really good athlete, quick twitch kind of guy, to hear his name mentioned there, it doesn't surprise me. And
I don't mind hearing his name there, but the other day when you said, he didn't catch the ball consistently at wide receiver, that puts a uh-oh.
Right. Yeah, and that's
If
I'm
he's
with
got
you on that.
hands like feet, I gotta worry about that position.
It is tougher to catch those punts than it is to catch,
Oh, well,
passes in
hell
tight
yeah.
from a quarterback. So,
Yeah, it is.
yeah. Hey, Ryan Niblett, I think most Texas fans are like, all right, Ryan Niblett, you got this. We don't want to risk our receiver or
Hey,
running
you want
back
to play? You want a position to play? Hell, the offensive line coach doesn't know if you're a defensive back or a wide receiver. We don't know. But if you got a position where you can catch punts, that's fine with me.
That's best case scenario for Texas, right? And I think the fans feel the same way. It's like Ryan Niblett actually emerges as the best returner. It's not like, oh, we're only making this decision because we're worried about the other. No, it's like Ryan Niblett is your best option.
Yes.
So we're putting him back there. And then the side benefit of that is you're not letting Wisner or Moore take more hits.
Yeah. Oh, my God. No, thank you. I want my starting running back that had over 1,000 yards. That guy's not going to be my punt returner. He may be back. He may be back there for kickoffs because it's against Ohio State, but that's the last time he'll be back there. And please don't kick it off to him. And by the way, if it's near the goal line, please hit a knee. Don't even bring it out. Don't come in full speed and have one of these maniacs coming down here and take your head off. And now I'm looking for my next running back. You know,
I think you said it. Like kickoff returns, you don't see a ton of those nowadays. No. So I'd be more comfortable with Trey Wisner back there on kick return. Yeah, he's going to return some. They're not all touchbacks, but I feel better about that. Punt return is when guys get blown up all the time. Like as soon as you catch it, you forget the fair catch, or somebody doesn't see you fair catch, or somebody says, I don't give a shit that you fair caught.
Right.
Back. I'm trying to take your ass out of the game so we can win.
By the way, if you're the starting running back and you're back there and the special teams coach says, hey, just go ahead and run right through that dude. Fair catch or not.
We haven't talked about NIL bounties yet. Those might be out there. Hey, you injure the other team's best player and boom, there's a little extra money coming your way, courtesy of local roofing company.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen the hit the guy on purpose on the punt deal, but it sure looks like some of them don't even hesitate when the guy's got to say hand up. Oh, I didn't see the fair catch. Then they come to the sideline and no coach is saying anything to him except for, hey, nice hit.
Yeah.
It's going to cost us. You're probably going to be out of the game, but you know what? That guy ain't coming back into the game either.
Pat on the butt. Like, good job. Well done there.
Yeah.
Or if you're Christian Wilkins, maybe a finger in the butt. I guess, who knows? All right, one more from Jeff Banks here. He was asked about special teams in general. Where do they need to improve? Last year, not a good year for special teams. Jeff Banks was pretty open, pretty honest, pretty upfront about how that group needs to be better in 2025.
I think we just see areas of improvement for this season being, net punting, field goal percentage, and penalties. I think those are the three things that we really, after diving back into it and looking and being removed from the game and the emotion of some of those situations. Hey, look, being a high-level kicker at this not only this institution, but in high-level college football playoffs and then in the NFL, you got to make pressure kicks. And unfortunately, where Bert struggled the most was making those kicks. And so, obviously, we've acquired talent at both of those positions, and we hope that'll help improve both those areas. I think it will. A lot of maturity by both kids that are coming in as transfers, and so we're excited about them. And then the penalty piece is coaching. And, we pride ourselves on fundamentals and working on individual stuff. Sark gives us great time to do that. In some organizations they don't, but our head coach believes in it, and we drill it. And so that was a little disappointing to see us create so many penalties that we haven't in the past to take away some big returns. But those are definitely three areas of improvement for this year.
Yeah, they were shitty at that. They had too many holding penalties on returns. And he still didn't answer the question on, hey, why was your team sleep on these fake punts? I mean, how does that coach, how does that happen? That's got to be one of the questions to him. If you're asking anything of the special teams, whoever asked that question, it's got to be, Coach, how did that happen? Not once, but how does it happen more than one time where you can be dead asleep? Looks like your whole team is dead asleep on fake punts. That can't happen to you. That can happen to you once in your career at a place,
I don't think that question got asked yesterday.
I think people are afraid to ask that because first of all, the coach needs to go ahead and take that on himself, period. Even though it's players and he's told them a million times, that got to come right back on you. as the guy who coaches the special. That's got to go. Guess what? That's on me. That's not going to happen.
I think he would have admitted that. Like, he admitted the penalties were on him. He's not going out there holding or blocking guys in the back, but he took the blame for the the penalty aspect of things not being right last year. So I think if the question was asked, he would have been like, yeah, that's on me. I don't think he would have been like, oh, that's on our players, this, that, and the other. I think he would have wore that one a little bit. He didn't get asked the question. Yeah, he also, like, PK didn't get asked about the prevent defense at the end of the first half against Ohio State last year either. And I guess it's like, people have moved on and we're focused on this year. And
have you moved on from that? Have you moved on from toss sweep yet?
No, God, no. It'll take me a long time. Like, Texas will have to win a national championship for me to move on from that. It's not just beating Ohio State week 1. It's like that. Those play calls cost Texas a national title. That means more than a week 1 win. Don't get me wrong. I will be very happy with a week 1 win. I'll take the revenge when I can get it. But that's got to stick with me for a long time. So, I don't know if it's guys just not wanting to piss the coaches off, or it's, hey, we're focused on this year. We don't need to worry about that stuff last year. But I was a little surprised that nobody asked PK about the prevent defense and Jeff Banks about the fake punts that were getting them last year, especially towards the end of the year.
Oh, my.
So, yeah, but, the kicking game, it's got to be better. And that happened more, right? The kicking issues, the punting issues, those were all season long. The penalties were all season long. Like, those were 3 more consistent problems for the Texas special teams than the fake punts were at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's true. Those holding penalties on returns, because they had some nice returns. They had a good returner. So that you can't have that when you make a big play on a punt return. You can't have a guy literally grab a dude.
Silas Bolden was kind of the only saving grace. And I'll give Lance St. Louis, the long snapper, some credit too.
There you go.
Those are like the only good parts of Texas special teams last year. And I've got the Phil Steele in front of me, and he does special team rankings. I don't know how he comes up with these, but here's the special team unit rankings for Texas in the Steve Sarkisian era. 2021, 5-7 year, number 11. 2022, number 2. 2023, number 3. This is in the country, by the way. 2024, number 61. And I don't know where 61 comes from, because the stat I always bring up is the ESPN S&P Plus efficiency stat. That's where Texas was in the bottom 15 in the country. So they were in like the 1-teens last year. So Phil Steele is being nice to Texas with that. But it's
61.
It goes to, it was 61. And that they were 3 the year prior and 2 the year before that. So it goes to show you, how much of a drop-off, eye tests, stats, metrics, magazines, whatever the hell you look at, it was all bad last year. And
I don't think you can have those kind of drops if you're trying to win a national championship in your special teams.
No, that third phase has to be a lot better for you, and it caused too many problems for the Horns last season. All right, so we'll have some more sound from the coordinators. I think we're going to hear from some of the players today, so we'll have that sound for tomorrow's show. But obviously a lot of Texas football to get into. Practice 1 happening on the 40 acres today, and we continue to count down to the season opener in Columbus, just 31 days away from kickoff, Texas at Ohio State.
What video did you find? You get me any new video?
So, because of copyright issues, once we bring Wags and Double R on, I might cut up the video and say screw the copyright. But I only have a screenshot for this. But I will explain what happened, and the screenshot will be hilarious.
Are we cooking again? Are we cooking?
Well, depends on your definition of cooking, I suppose.
Are we baking?
Depends on where you like to cook. Depends on where you like to bake, I guess. Maybe you can incorporate what's about to happen into your cooking or baking. I'm not sure. We go to Atlanta last night. An interesting moment in the W, as they call it. The Golden State Valkyries are locked in a tight one with the Atlanta Dream. 75-75. There's less than a minute to go in the fourth.
Did you say a tight one? And a tight one, huh?
Tight one.
Just praising.
So, yeah. And, 75 all. Big moment. 55 seconds left in the game. But, before we could play out those final 55 seconds, the game had to be delayed for multiple minutes. So what happened? What caused this delay? Did somebody get hurt? Did they have to go to a replay review? What's the deal? No, it wasn't either of those things. We had a delay because a fan threw an object on the court in the middle of play. What was that object, you ask, Buck?
What was it?
We'll take a look. Here's your screen share.
Looks like a
Can you tell what
green dong.
Yeah.
Inner Space
exactly
Galactica green dong.
That is what they call a dildo, my friend.
Oh, is it really?
That is a neon green. This looks like one of those old Baylor uniforms. Dildo right there.
Got size and girth.
That's most I believe those things are usually fully erect when you buy them. I'm not sure what good they're going to do for you if you get a flaccid one, but that's not my cup of tea.
I wouldn't know.
Well, you do use a vibrator every day. You talk about that openly, so.
Yeah, but it's round. It's also round, doesn't it? It's got girth, but it doesn't have length.
It's just in the shape of the balls, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting. This still shot that we have is from the TV broadcast. So normally, if somebody throws anything on a field or on a court, the broadcasters try to cut away, right? Or if you see a streaker run on the field, it's like the TV cameramen and women are told, hey, cut away. We don't want to give attention to this thing, this distraction. Cut away from it. Show somebody else. Show the players. Do something. But instead, the telecast, they zoom right in. They delay the game. The refs are off the court. All the players clear the court. And they zoom right in on this giant green dildo.
You mean they cleared the court for that?
They cleared the court for it, yeah.
What for? Somebody just grab a hold of that thing and put it away?
Well, I think the refs were scared to touch it.
Really?
You know? Yeah. It's if it's a water bottle on the court, look, I see why they stopped the game. If someone throws something on the floor in the middle of the game, you got to stop it, whether it's a water bottle or a giant dong.
Yeah, you don't want to step on that dong and sprain an ankle.
Looked like people were scared. The refs all went away to the other side of the court. They were acting like they were looking at something at the monitor. It's no, one of you got to go pick this up or kick it off the court or do something.
Come on, it's in Atlanta. Somebody throw a towel on that thing and wrestle that thing to the ground and throw it out. What's the big deal? Why do they have to go through all of this?
And they don't know if it was used or not, right? I don't know.
Well, if you put a towel on it, you're still going to be okay. I mean,
that's true. Yeah, just kick it.
I didn't ask you. Well, kick it underneath the seats or something. If it lands under your seat, you get to keep it. Hey, It's a door prize.
We'll bring Double R on. I see him in the waiting room, and I see Rodney's got his glasses on, so he's once again intrigued by a crosstalk story.
Double R, WNBA's had quite a week, huh?
Man, I tell you that. I guess it depends who used it. Maybe is what they're one. Who was playing? This is I don't know who. Atlanta, huh?
It's Atlanta. All the fun things happen in Atlanta.
Yeah, if this was like the Indiana Fever, that might be a different story. But and what's the deal? So did you guys hear with the WNBA during the All-Star game where I think it was Elle Duncan came on and she said this is very much like a girls' trip to Cancun. There's no D. What? They're cutting edge with these broadcasts, man. Cutting edge.
E.
Yeah, I don't get this, and I don't know why this one's so. Hey, just stick a towel on it. Let's go on with the game.
Just go get it. It's like cleaning shit on an airplane. Just find something and go pick it up and. You
got the halftime dog. Let that dog go grab that bone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, somebody can go get it.
Don't they have the dog that jumps through the hoops that would go grab that thing?
Yeah. Oh, that's the dog. Hey, Fred, you see a dog running down the court.
They have to have a bone. Now they're going to have a dog at every one of these games. So somebody throws that out. The dog goes and grabs it.
That's animal abuse right there, brother. You can't do that.
Well, there's got to be a mascot. There's got to be a mascot that has furry hands or paws or something.
Sure.
But I watched that. They really did. They cleared the court. It's like everybody off the court. It's like, dude,
really?
It's not a bomb.
No.
Well, maybe it was. I mean, I don't know. But
for some of those players, it might be worse.
It's just a slong. Get the slong off the court. Let's go on with the game. Hey, I got to get home. It's getting late for this game. if somebody I'd have raised my hand to go over there and pick that thing up and let's go.
I saw one, guys. I saw one the other day with WNBA because apparently I'm the WNBA insider here.
There you go.
Where they had to stop a game a couple of nights ago because one of the lady, her wig fell off. She was like being defended, and they hit her, and the wig fell off, and they had to do timeout. And the same thing, they just cleared everybody off the court to go get her bush. You know,
wow.
It's like, geez, what in the hell is going on here?
We're gonna have to get that. I do have one more.
Let them cook. Let them bake. Let them get the dildos. I mean, whatever. Come on. Hey, the game's got to go on. Take your shoe off. Slide that in your shoe and walk off with one shoe off, one shoe on, and the dildo in your shoe. Let's go. It's not all that. That doesn't seem that difficult for me.
Slide that in your shoe and just play. You're gonna play the last minute with a dong in your foot.
Hey, Buck, are you at the game? Can you come down here and get this dong? Yeah, I got it. Just reach up, grab it.
You'll go straight to the bathroom after that. And
where'd the Buck go?
He went that way. Hey, does this go in recycling or can I put this in the regular trash? That's what I'd ask the question. Maybe they didn't know where to put it.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah, is that compost?
Yeah, that's not compost right there. That's pure plastic, rubber and plastic.
That's recyclable.
That's recyclable. Yeah.
Yeah. That's organic.
You think whoever threw that wants it back? Like, you throw your hat on the ice for a hat trick. Like, hey, can I get that back after the game? You think whoever threw that on the court is like, man, can I get that, please?
How do you get that?
Tickets. Somebody just got season
tickets. How do you get that in
the
arena? How do you get that in the arena? Well, I guess it's not metal, right? So I guess it didn't. I guess it didn't buzz the metal detector.
You can stick that under your hat. Just have the head of it sticking out.
Stick it in your shorts. Stick it in the back of your shorts with the top part sticking out.
Yeah, these ladies have had quite the week.
Oh man, they have. I'll tell you that they're good at grabbing headlines.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're good at grabbing headlines. There's always a story. There's always a story in this.
Absolutely. All right, boys, I'm headed off to the hand doctor.
What?
Hand doctor? Yeah, okay. You're
got to get this thumb thing. That's why I'm not playing good golf. I got a thumb problem now.
Oh, that's it. That's the reason.
Grip.
Yeah, I have a thumb problem. I got to get that fixed. Later, boys.
Later.
All right. Here's the handy that Buck is getting today, I think. Any thoughts on this, Wags, before I bid y'all adieu?
Yeah, I second what Rodney was saying there. Like, how did they get this past security? And yeah, I heard someone not wanting to touch it, but hey, man, I get it, man. If someone threw it out there, though, you'd think that it probably doesn't have any liquid or I guess substance on it. I would think. I'm not, and maybe they put it in a Coke or something like that. But I think it'd be safe to pick up. I would say pick it up and throw it across the other floor or throw it across the other part of the arena. Have a little, maybe do a little glow in the dark toss, huh?
You just throw it back in the stands.
Just grab it. My guy, right there. You right there. Boom. Huh?
It's not Malice at the Palace where our test hits the wrong fan. This is just someone throws a dildo at the wrong fan, right?
Let's see Kelsey's plume gun, huh? Or let's see Kelsey Plume's gun. There we go.
Maybe that was at Yankee Stadium the day before. Maybe that's what caused all of that.
I don't think so. I don't think there was anything used but fingers or natural body
I don't know,
parts.
man. Look at that. She's pretty strung out right there.
My point is that the shorts are still on though. That's the thing. Like, unless there's a hole in the shorts or unless those are some
they're running
shorts.
Running shorts. Easy access. Running shorts. Easy access.
Maybe they're the shorts you take to church. I'm not sure. Your holy shorts. I'm not.
Yeah. And you know what I just realized looking at that dong, at that green thing, at that dildo. Imagine that brown. That looks like Charlie Strong's index finger at Texas OU. Remember?
Oh God.
No.
That's how could I forget? I'd like to forget. Every time Bucky's got a proctology appointment, I make sure to show him that picture just to let him know what's coming his way. That's my worst nightmare right there. That's worse than any punishing you did in the military, Wags. If you had Charlie Strong and that finger up your
I'll take anything the military would throw at me if I could get rid of these bubble guts this morning, man. I have got something going on, man. Woo!
Oh, Charlie Strong fix that.
Yeah, he'll clean you out real quick.
Stuff me up, huh?
Oh God. All right. On that note, here's another fun one to leave y'all with. Y'all have a great show. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother. There he goes. Here we are. It's another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful broadcast of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you smash that subscribe button and follow us on all of our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter, and then the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My partner in crime, the Rodney Rodriguez, is the Rodney R on on Brand X, and then the _ Rodney R on InstaFace. All right, amigo. Hey, I saw it. I watched. I know we got a heavy slate today. I know we got some coordinator sounds to get through here, but I actually fell asleep. I passed out a little early last night, around like 6 o'clock after the right as the Orioles were getting ready to get into the second the doubleheader, second game of the doubleheader. Passed out, fell asleep, woke back up, saw that the Orioles won, but also saw that there was really nothing on in sports anymore. So threw Happy Gilmore on around like midnight.
Yeah.
Started watching it.
Right.
Yeah. So it's getting bad ratings, right? It's not exactly the best. It's not Happy Gilmore 1, but I love all the callbacks, right? Tons of cameos, right? Tons of cameos. I don't know if you've seen Shameless. Have you seen Shameless before? The American version of Shameless, not the UK version.
I've heard Garth Brooks sing it, but that's about it.
No, dude, it's a show.
I know. No, I haven't seen it. Yeah.
All right. So the youngest brother, like Carl's in this, is one of the sons of Adam Sandler. So he doesn't have many lines, but I mean, it's nice to see him in something other than Shameless. So I'm sure he's trying to expand his portfolio or his acting career. Eminem is, I didn't notice him at first. I saw him in the press. I was like, who the hell was that? Where was Eminem at? He was only in it for like, a cup of coffee in it. But I mean, hell, like some of these guys from what I was reading last night did this for free or did it for very small fee or whatever. Uncle John Daly.
That dude had a lot in there. He was like a major contributor to it.
Oh yeah, he had lines, like he was fantastic, man. And of course, like you can't take one look at Adam Sandler's kids and not recognize that it's Adam Sandler. I mean, almost a spitting image of him. His two daughters were in there. I believe another one of his sons was in there too. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Again, it's very cheesy, right? But again, great callbacks. And of course, had Rob Schneider in there. Yeah. No one's seen Rob Schneider since he started speaking his beliefs and his truths, and Hollywood kind of shunned him. But credit a guy like Adam Sandler to say, F you corporate, F you Hollywood, man. This is my homie. Like, we've been together for like 40 years and shit. He's rolling with me, man. So I don't know. I thought it was great to see, all the old guys back in it, man. And it was nice to have the callbacks and like the Easter eggs without spoiling it or being too cheesy, if you understand. Yeah. It was cool to see Shooter McGavin and Happy Gilmore team up. And I loved what they did with like how the modern, just not like modern golf, not like how we're starting to see those side leagues, right, of indoor golf and shit like that, but just how they brought in like
I love how they did that.
Right, but also how they brought in the vibe of like gaming and streaming, coming more prevalent than traditional broadcasts and shit like that. Lundqvist, how old ass Vern Lundqvist in it too, man. Oh man, it was fun. And then of course Post Malone, just a lot of cameos. If you hadn't seen it, I recommend you guys go out and check it out on Netflix. It's a fun watch. Is it cheesy? Is it dumb?
Stupid.
Yeah, sure, it's got some dumb spots. Like there's spots in there that don't make sense, I think, right? Like I don't even know why the hell this is in there, but it's Adam Sandler giving tribute to some, or it's probably just giving somebody a part, just giving somebody a little bit of screen time. So it's enjoy it for what it is. I kind of watched it when I saw this one. I got like a Hot Rod vibe. Have you ever seen Hot Rod yet?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
See, to me, I just love stupid movies. Like, and that's why the other day when I said
just
about
veg out and not have to worry about shit, right?
Yeah. The other day when I was talking about the Naked Gun, that is just a stupid movie that you're going to laugh your ass off. The whole Airplane is kind of the same thing, to where it's like you're just going to sit there and laugh because it's just so stupid. And that's a lot of what this movie is. And I do like that they paid homage to so many that are gone, you know, that aren't with us anymore. But I got to tell you, man, because they played the live thing really well, to where it's like, okay. And I had to I had to pause it. I had to tell my wife what live golf is. I'm like, this is what they're doing right here. Sort of, you know, but just the whole thing with, and I don't want to give too many details, but with what made those guys be able to hit it that far.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. But you sit there and it's like, okay, that's funny. And you know, Scotty, Rory, those guys were great. Those dudes were really good in there.
How does Julie Bowen, Sofia Vergara, how do all these women just, and I'm sure, you know, cosmetics and surgeries and stuff like that. I'm sure that happens too.
Julie Bowen looks pretty damn natural.
Your body, right? Like 50 today is not what 50 was in the 80s. Okay. When I'm thinking of 50s in the 80s, I'm thinking of like my grandma and shit. All right. Like 50s today, I'm like, fucking smoke show.
Dude,
okay.
I remember when my dad turned 50. I'm like, shit, how long is he going to be around? And here we are 25 years later. But that's, I mean, I'm that old now, you know.
I didn't want to spoil it for a lot of people.
I know.
But you guys are on it, man. There's just so much. And then his ass, I don't know if you guys watched like the post credits, right? Like, I don't want to spoil it, okay? If you didn't, there's a scene with Scotty Scheffler still in jail after the credits roll.
Yeah.
So you guys got to check, like, watch all the credits. You'll get awarded for, you know, looking at all the people that made cameos in there with an awesome scene with Scotty Scheffler in there. It's fucking gold. It's just gold, right? It's just, it's hilarious. So that's the stuff that, like, a lot of people are giving it like a 6 or a 7. I'm feeling overly generous today. I'm feeling like maybe a 7.9, closer to an 8, man.
I give it an 8.
It's one of these movies, Double R, that's probably going to grow, right? It's probably going to be a cult classic.
I'm going to watch it again. I mean, because there's so much. There were things that I found after the fact that I didn't even see. I mean, things that I missed that I'm seeing so I want to watch it again. But like the whole thing with Paige, and what they did, like with that, I mean, you put her in there. And Paige Spearnick, yeah, she's in there.
Yeah, she was the Dick's Sporting, and fittingly enough, she was the Dick's Sporting Goods,
right?
Golf pro or golf expert there or whatever.
I mean, and then Nelly Corda's in there. I mean, you get the world's #1 LPGA golfer who is very cute herself. And then Charlie Hull's in there, who is arguably one of the most attractive. She's Australian. She's got a little part in there where, dude, it's like, I mean, what
is it? Go back, you pretty hot white girl with your crazy accent.
Yeah, no. So it's like fucking dumb. But like somebody said right there, did the first one make any sense? No,
no. But I mean, like, but I'm talking about like some of the extended scenes in here, like when he goes up, like, why are they fighting right there? You know what I mean? Like, I asked myself multiple times, like, why is this fight happening? And I was just like, oh, it's probably to give this guy a cameo or something like that. But still, I don't know. I had fun watching it. It's not so much that you have to invest like all your thought process in. You're watching an Adam Sandler movie. All right. It's a funny Adam Sandler movie. And I don't even remember what Jordan said yesterday, how most of his movies are kind of carbon copy. Like he's got an Adam Sandler template for like the rom-com. Sure. Like I will agree with that. But usually like when, and I feel like this movie was kind of thrown together rather quickly because there were events that kind of transpired throughout, like Scotty getting arrested, right? Like maybe they were just thrown in there, like in all those other little special scenes that I don't want to spoil. Maybe they were all just thrown in there because of the news that, or thrown in there late edition because of all the news that kind of came up or whatever, or just last minute ideas in post production, or not post production, but like before they went to director's cut or final release. You know what I mean? They were just like, boom. Let's add these in here too.
I have to tell you that I love. God dang it! I don't want to give away too much, but it's like kind of the whole way that was set up. And the good thing about a Sandler movie and something like this that is just a really stupid movie is that as it's going, you have the typical, okay, been through a lot, looks like everything's gonna work out, and then boom, something bad happens where he has trouble in that tournament for whatever reason. And that's a Sandler movie. I got to tell you, the caddy. I love the caddy, that dude. It's like the way that he becomes the caddy with trying not to. Yeah. It's
like, the fights, like the fight in the cemetery with Scooter, and then, having Bob Barker's grave right there. Just awesome callback.
Dude,
just Easter eggs and callbacks are all throughout this movie, man.
Yeah.
It's fun. Like, of course, it would make it's a lot better if you watch the first one right before you watch the second one. Clearly, a lot of it will make more sense. But I had a fun time with it. My kid didn't enjoy it as much as I did. He still liked it. He just
has he seen the first one? Has he seen the first one?
He did see the first one, right? But here's the thing, and I think it's gonna sit more with our generation because it was an iconic movie growing. It's a staple almost in our in our culture, in our cinema culture, right? Like it's what started the Happy Madison production company, in my opinion. So
absolutely,
I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun watch. Don't put too much thought into it. Some people are being like, it's exactly like Happy Gilmore. It's not. It's really not. It has some callbacks to the first one, which I thought it was just, tip of the caps and appreciate. And yeah, Rob Schneider gets to make his appearance. There's no little person in there anymore. Riding on the tricycle. It's Rob Schneider. So
I gotta tell you what I really thought was great about this is genius. We were talking about this after the movie, to where like this thing comes out, because it really, like you said, it was like I heard the movie was a thing, and then boom, here it is. A couple of weeks ago, it's like it's coming out on whatever Friday was. I like how this thing gets released, and you don't have to go to a theater to watch it. It's like, it would have been great. It would have been great to see it.
Upgrade your Netflix subscription either. You didn't have to pay extra for your Netflix either.
Yeah.
Like, it just came with. So
it's like it's total budget,
low cost.
Access.
Thank you, Adam Sandler. Right?
Yeah. To me, that it would have been great to see that, in IMAX or at Flix or the Cinemark or Cinemax, as I like to call it. But just to be able to pull that thing up and watch it and laugh your ass off, because it's just so stupid you can't stop laughing.
So in Haley Joe, I'm not going to say who he reminds me of, but Haley Joe Osment, I think that's his last name, reminds me of one of my friends in this movie.
I love that guy's sister. She almost made my actress
He's got a sister?
Yeah, Emily. She was Hannah Montana's sidekick. And she's like grown up in her 30s.
What is it with you and the Disney people?
Wags, I had to watch that shit forever. I had two girls that watched that all the time.
I just, not my cup of tea, man. They're not, I'm not, I don't know. Maybe I just, because I don't know him, or I don't recognize. I didn't know that he had a sister, but yeah, he looks like one of my friends here, and you've talked to him too. He's been on this show, as a matter of fact.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but we're not gonna. I don't want to say it because I don't want to. I don't know if y'all guess it. I might say something, but I don't know. All right, where do you want to go first, amigo?
So, speaking of stupid movies, Aaron Rodgers is a stupid movie that keeps on going. And Wags, I'm sorry, I have to. So right now we're inundated, NFL Network, all day with training camp shit. So remember,
we can talk training camp. Absolutely. There was something that happened in NFL training camp. Oh, Ravens, real quick before we get started. Out of Ravens camp, Isaiah Likely. A small fracture in his foot, which is it could. this could be somewhat significant. Okay. Isaiah Likely is in the last year, or excuse me, in the final year of his rookie contract, right? 25 years old. He is bound for you guys know this. I don't exactly think he's had the breakout season yet. But he's kind of slowly getting there, right? Especially in that 2 tight end system with Andrews. They're loaded. It's a deep tight end room. This dude, and you guys, we've had this conversation before. BK's talked about it. You and I have talked about it. When players are in the last year of their contract, they just naturally have that absolute breakout or crazy ass season, right? To where they just put up, video game numbers. This was a big year that I'm expecting out of Isaiah Likely. A small fractured foot on the I think it was the left foot bone. I don't think it's going to be too impactful. He should be back by the season opener, but still could be a little bit of of a setback there for the Ravens offense.
This is where, like we were talking about a couple of days ago, to where when you have an injury like this, if he's going to be back, to where it's like not as serious as it could have been, but this is where when you come back, when you have an injury this early, it's something that you could see again. Is it going to be in week 1 or 2? I don't know, but we get to week 5
especially on the
6.
foot, right? Like,
yeah.
You think even if it gets stepped on wrong, it could be another chip fracture or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about this, with what you're dealing with your feet. I mean, your feet control everything. Your feet are propelling this entire
they're the wheels,
frame.
baby. They're the wheels, man.
Yeah, and when something goes wrong, I mean that's the big concern for me where I see something like that, especially with a bigger guy. If it was one of these,
this is a bone though, and not a ligament. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
or not like not like an ankle sprain, or not like an Achilles or anything like that. So at least it's a fast heal. It's a quick heal.
Yeah, the tissues are the ones that get a little more. But bones are going to heal just a little bit better. But and I'm telling you, with everything with Lamar Jackson and the pressure on Lamar Jackson, that's an integral part of his offense. We can talk about Derrick Henry. We can talk about all these dudes, and the defense got better and all that.
This is the tight end that gets separation. Like Mark Andrews still gets separation 100, but
that's right.
Like Likely's catch radius is greater than Mark Andrews. Andrews might have more solid hands, but the catch radius that Likely gives in that two tight end set, it's fantastic. He's a mismatch on a linebacker too. Like not many linebackers in this league are going to struggle covering him.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. So we'll follow that. And again, a lot of pressure on Lamar, a lot of pressure on John Harbaugh. I mean, I say pressure, but when you want to talk about teams that, I mean, you've got a bullseye where it's like, okay, this is their time. And Kansas City may be down a little bit. We talked about that. But to be the man, you got to.
The window for the Ravens is closing.
I think so. I think that I mean, at some point you got to be able to. I mean, are you the Buffalo Bills? Well, hell, Buffalo's window's closing too. Where
do you think the Ravens have a more dangerous passing attack than now? Take quarterback out of this, okay? Yeah. Do you think the Ravens have more of a dangerous passing attack than the Bills do?
I do. I do think that they do. Okay. I think they do because they have that. I think that tight end option is just so big, and the fact, like you said,
Flowers is pretty nasty too. Flowers has got some wheels, man. It's tough to cover that dude. But I mean, hey, like bringing Cooper. I mean, I'm not saying that Cooper is the Cooper of the early.
Well, he doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be in that system. Yeah,
right. He's just got to be a reliable wide receiver for Josh Allen. That's all.
Yeah, and kind of my whole thing with windows closing and all that is it really the windows closing for the Ravens and Buffalo? It's more here comes Denver. Here comes the Chargers.
Other teams catching up.
Yeah. Okay. And here comes Houston. I think that Houston's making that move to where maybe they can get a vote.
Kind of been there, right? Like I mean, I think
they throw them in the window thing.
They arrived last year. They're able to win in multiple facets, which proves to me that you're a contender, right? Mm-hmm. That's even when you're prone with injury or riddled with injury, you're finding ways to scrap and be in the contest for for championship contention, man.
Well, and that's where you get to the whole thing. Are you at Houston is at the point to where you need to get past pretender to contender? And again, a lot of that is, like we say, we're going to give them, they're going to win the AFC South. They're going to get in the playoffs. Last year, they made that step, and you can win a playoff game and all that, but are you ready to go to the next level? And I think that's really the same question for the Ravens and the Bills. It's just that their next level, their ceiling is a hell of a lot higher because they're on the verge of the Super Bowl.
Or they've been on the cusp of touching it before. Or reaching out and getting it.
It's like
they've been in the way of Kansas City. Now and that's honestly the conversation, right? Like, which team is in the way of Kansas City this year in the AFC?
Yeah,
like that should be the question reposed, right? Like, it's not the team that's going to contend for the AFC. It's which team is in the way of Kansas City.
Yeah, and it really is a question.
Teams, plural.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go first, partner?
So let's go to the AFC North. So when the move was made for Aaron Rodgers, that I kind of touched on, one of the biggest detractors of it was legendary Hall of Fame Fox broadcaster Terry Bradshaw. Say what you want about TB. Maybe he needs to step away from the TV or whatever.
Nah, man, I think he's all right. He's on point still.
Yeah, all right. So he made some comments. He made some comments about his thoughts on that signing with Terry Bradshaw going to his franchise. These were addressed yesterday on NFL Network directly to the aforementioned Aaron Rodgers.
Number 12 from the Steelers. Terry Bradshaw says, Rodgers to the Steelers. I wrote it down because I want to get it right. It's a joke. Stay in California, chew on bark, and whisper to the gods.
Well, I whisper to the gods every single day.
Damn right.
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, then we'd have a good friendship because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings.
I don't like him, but he didn't say anything wrong there.
He did. Right? He did a good job, right?
He defended himself, and he was just like, "Hey, man, But to his point, like, people are only going to think about you or form an opinion on you based off of what you give them in the public eye.
That's
right?
the funny part,
if
right?
If you're acting like a jackass in public, people are going to think you're a jackass. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like a cop-out answer. You just can't go be acting like some dude in the WWE and then come back and just say, oh, it's just a persona. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the real me. That's just me. Now, of course, we can kind of get away with that. Like, anybody that knows me outside of the show knows, well, you're actually kind of more reserved and laid back than I thought you'd be kind of, ripping damn doors off of bars and saloons and shit. And nah, actually, I'm the guy in the corner watching everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's people that, people that get an idea of what I am in the public, in public, it's not exactly what it's going to be. So I kind of can back Aaron Rodgers up on that. But I thought, I love the olive branch thing and actually paying homage to the greats that did it before. He vocalized the fact and tip of the cap to Terry Bradshaw's 4 rings and stuff. Like you can't. You can't fault Aaron Rodgers. I thought he said everything perfect there, which kind of drives me nuts when you were looking for something on Aaron. Actually, I take that back. I'm not looking for something on Aaron Rodgers. I'm just expecting him to give me something. You know what I mean? I'm expecting him to be a jackass. So
yeah, I was waiting for an off the wall comment when all of that was going on, and that's kind of why I wanted to play that, because it was like I'm not really going to tip my cap, but I am going to kind of hit the brim. Because that was a really good job by him to handle.
I give credit when credit's due, and that dude showed he could have taken that completely different. Yeah. And I think he recognized the situation. You're in Title Town, you're in Steeler Town. Terry Bradshaw was a big deal, of building that. So you better pay respect. So and he he defended himself, too. So I thought it was a good answer. He's working well with the PR staff, Aaron Rodgers. Working well with the PR staff.
The other thing that I thought about is like, why does that guy have to talk like this? I think if me and him got to know each other, I think we'd have a pretty good friend. Like, dude, talk normal. Can you talk normal?
That might be his.
That might be
cadence. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, cadence! They're throwing some football lingo in with some, I guess, King's English. I don't know. Where are we going next? Partner?
No, his cadence is when he's on the field. He's got that.
Can I give a tip of the cap real quick though?
Yeah, man.
All right, gotta give a tip of the cap to my Baltimore Orioles. All right, just when you're beating them down and thinking that they're in the basement.
You're beating them down, buddy. We're not.
Hey, rightfully so, though, right? Atlee comes back. We're all having, some hugs, and we're all feeling some love here, right? 3 games in a row, don't you know, over the Blue Jays, huh? Our Birds over the Bluebirds, and we're looking good right now, man. Took both of them in a doubleheader yesterday, and the Birds are cruising right now. Now, look, I don't want to say that just because Atlee's coming back, things are going to be rocking and rolling, but I do hope that this gives Elias in the front office a little bit of confidence to get active during the trade deadline, right? You and I kind of talked about a pre-show. Hadn't really been much, MLB trade news so far yet.
Right?
A lot of rumors that are surfacing and being speculated, but really people haven't pulled the trigger. We expect the Phillies to get busy or go after relievers, and Yankees might be busy too on the wire, going after some relief pitching. It seems like they have their lumber sorted out, but Orioles got a lot of prospects, right? They got a lot of things in the farm that they can kind of leverage a little bit, and maybe they can get something back. But honestly, we've already mentioned it, man. It's arms. Orioles need arms. They need pitchers that have strikeout ability, got K ability. But thinking about some other buyers too. How about the Padres, right? Padres are probably going to be looking to make a marquee splash too. So again, not much going on with Major League Baseball, but at least a little bit of a shout out to my Birds getting 3 in a row here over the Blue Jays.
The Eugenio Suarez was the one that I can't keep waiting to happen.
He'll be moving.
And then he took a shot in the hand. So it's like, okay, he's fine. I mean, whatever the case is. But towards the end of last week, before the Astros went into the series with the A's where they were swept, it seemed like the Astros were maybe becoming a perennial suitor for them because you lost your third baseman. I mean, with Isaac Paredes that went down, that seemed to make sense. But as I was kind of digging in a little bit yesterday, it seems like maybe the Cubs and the Mariners are coming to the forefront as maybe the possible landing spots for Suarez, which is interesting to me, the Mariners, because if that's the case, I mean, that they're right there as the Astros have kind of tailed themselves back. Did beat Walgreens last night. They did manage to break the skid there a little bit, but I think if he goes to the Cubs, there's what we talk about, just loading and loading more with a big market team. But the Suarez ones is one that I want to watch. Philadelphia, the Reds, and the Tigers also in the latest conversations for that trade deadline, which is what, tomorrow? Yeah, what's today, the 30th? So, but it's been kind of quiet, right?
It's been very quiet, a little too quiet. People are in the chat. DJ Dog asking, are the Orioles selling? Question mark. As of right now, I would pencil them in as sellers, right? Just because I think that's the route that Elias is going. If he's gonna move O'Hearn, I would like to think that there's some relief pitching that's coming in here. As of not really much a closer, just somebody that can eat up some innings, right? Like I'd still like somebody that can hold from 7 to, or excuse me, from take the 7th frame and the 8th frame and hold for 9. That'd be great. And then set the closers up well for Baltimore. But honestly, dude, if Baltimore does nothing, that's fantastic for me, because that lets me know that, they're still trying. Even, they don't even have to get active and start bringing people in to try and make this thing happen and get to the playoffs. They're only 7.5 out from a wild card right now, which is absolutely crazy to even think about, right? So there's you can still make a push with this thing. Or last time I think they were 7.5 of the wild card. But look, I don't think Elias is that type of guy to be that aggressive and go after it midway through a season. Usually he's kind of the guy that kind of, siphons off something and looks for a return off of his investment here. But if they don't do anything, if O'Hearn stays, I will be absolutely happy, and maybe we can work off something and try and build and get into the wild card, right? We've seen the trends. When you're in the wild card game, or the play-in game, that actually bodes well for you than just winning the division or being a division champion. Double R.
I had seen. I think we talked about it Friday, to where O'Hearn, and again with these Buster Olney, all these people projecting stuff with ESPN, O'Hearn possibly to Houston. Well, as the weekend was going on, as the Rangers, that had a really good weekend. I saw that shift to maybe the Rangers
in between games.
Yeah, in between games. Yeah, Dominguez. In between, God, isn't that weird? You feel like a cow, where you're going to trade a cow for a wife or something. It's like, okay, here we go. Like in the old days, I'll trade you a cow for your wife, or your wife for a cow.
You are on one today, my guy. You're all over the world here.
I know it's out of control, but yeah. So we'll see if something happens. But Suarez really is the one where I want to see what happens, if anything happens with that. So
you're like a hurricane, man. And when the hurricane comes in, you got to call our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That's right. There's a new lawyer in town, and it is the Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, you got to call him up. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and passion to the courtroom as well. Injured in a car accident, you got that dog bite, or you're hurt on the job, just give Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. That's the number, 512-938-8929. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the money in your pocket. Been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now. Been friends with Brad. That's probably even crazier than fighting justice and all kinds of crime and stuff right there. If you're friends with Brad, that's going to take you on one hell of a roller coaster there. But Austin-based, Texas proud. You guys know the deal. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call them today. Again, that number is 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECTLawFirm.com. Tell him the crew from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
You'll be glad you got together. Also got to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're on the search for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, and look, this is the full deal right here, to where it's like the before, the during, and the after. CovertBeeCave.com. Check out the weekly specials on the website right now. The Covert family's been doing it for years. If you've been around here for any amount of time, when you say Covert, you think Covert. That's the auto people. Absolutely. And Covert Bee Cave is the newest and finest dealership of them all. But don't just take my word. How about a word from satisfied Covert Bee Cave customer?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. CovertBeeCave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Football season approaching. Baseball playoffs are coming up eventually. You got NASCAR racing. You've got all of that. Only one way to consume all of that stuff. Don't be spending money going to bars, going to your in-laws. Do it at home. And AV consultations. They hook up Wags. They hook up BK. They hook up Chip. They hook up Bucky. They hook up me.
Don't be getting all that crazy juice at the stadiums on you either.
Yeah. Don't get hit by a flying dildo, for crying out loud, at a stadium. You don't want that to happen to you. It's AV Consultation.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. They will take care of you like they have taken care of us. It's Audio Visual Consultations. Wags, Cowboy Camp continues to roll on, and Cowboy Soap Opera continues to roll on. Look, Stephen Jones now taking the mic. That's a whole thing. These guys, they just don't shut up.
You know what? And usually, Steven's on house money with some of the picks that he makes. You know, if he just kind of doesn't talk, he could probably be on good terms with Cowboys. Honestly, that doesn't matter. Cowboys fans are going to love the Jones family regardless.
Or do they? They do. They do.
I mean, it feels like they do.
They do.
It feels like the Giants are pretty critical of the MORE family, and Cowboys just love the Jones Yacht Club.
Yeah. Well, the flagship up there in DFW, 105.3 The Fan, they always get the intel there with the Jones, whether it's Jerry or Steven. Get to have conversations with him. Well, Steven took the mic yesterday, and the question was asked. Seems like sometimes y'all tend to drag deals out. Your thoughts on this, Steven?
I have a theory that maybe you guys drag out the deals to get engagement from the media, and it's like the best $2 million you can spend having to give Dak a few more.
Well, let's just start off. We don't agree on that. We don't drag deals out. We do deals when there's an opportunity to do a deal, and certainly no one knows what goes on internally with a particular negotiation. But sometimes agents and players aren't ready to pull the trigger till they see other cards play. Mm-hmm. And what we're not going to do is go out and, do something that's not responsible in terms of, just in the name of getting a deal done 1 month earlier.
Why would we sign
if you go a month earlier, Steven, you get ahead of the market. Yeah. All right. And you set the market.
Yeah. You know what?
And is it crazy that other people, I mean, we all see from the same lens too, right? Like, we have been saying this shit that he waits to be he wants to be the news, right? Like Jerry Jones wants the Cowboys to be the news, right? And if he's the last person signed, if everybody, this is the slowest period in the NFL. Everybody knows that. This isn't breaking news, right? This isn't rocket science. But he knows if he doesn't make that signing, like people were talking about Aaron Rodgers and the fucking Pittsburgh Steelers for months. Knowing damn well that he was going to go there, he just didn't put any ink to the paper, right? He didn't sign the deal, but people kept talking about it. It's the same thing. If you're in the media, if people are talking about you in the media, you're generating buzz, you're generating hype, right? What's that do? Ultimately, it keeps you it keeps your brand or your logo in the mind or recognition of the fan base of the NFL, and ultimately, maybe, and I haven't done a study on this, but maybe drive sales up. That's all that I'm and we all know this. Like if the Cowboys are selling revenue and generating money, turning a profit, they don't have to bring in hardware. They're bringing in coin. That's their hardware.
Yeah.
The Yacht Club, baby.
Yeah. And my analogies, I'm just like the Jones family, man. That's the way I think. I'm wired like them because my shit's all zany. That whole thing that he's talking about right there. We're not going to make a bet. No, absolutely, Wags. It makes no money to sign Micah Parsons last year when you could have paid him, 35 million. It makes no sense to do it then. Let's wait now that the market's been reset 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
The guy had a really good quote. Like the reporter said, it's almost like you're you're paying that extra $2.5 million, $3 million just for, just for the advertising or just for the limelight. You know what I mean? Which they absolutely are. We've been saying this. Have we not been saying this? I feel like we drew a line to the conclusion, and you jumped to it on the map. George, wait, was that guy George? That was the worst idea I've ever heard. No, it's off of a movie. It's called Off of Space, where he jumped.
I know that one. Yes,
conclusion map, right?
See, that's another dumb movie. That's just a stupid movie.
Again, made here in Austin, but if you watch it over and over again, it gets better. It's like I didn't think Hot Rod was the greatest movie, one of the greatest movies in the world. I still don't think it's one of the greatest movies. It's just a very funny, low budget movie, right?
Yeah. Office Space, I love.
You're going to get me down another rabbit hole,
dude. I love that.
Back to the Joneses. This case in point, the reporter hit it right on the head. We've been saying this shit for a while now, and yes, they absolutely wait and procrastinate to get it until the last day of training camp, to sign this thing to make everybody, have a warm and fuzzy. And maybe Micah don't want to practice. Anybody, and maybe it's an inside agreement, be like, yeah, I don't feel like doing OTAs, y'all cool, and then we'll just address the media, and we'll make it look like a procrastinating stalemate or whatever, and then finally I'll sign. Okay, maybe that's the agreement going in. There are more games than just what's on the surface. And you guys know me, like I'm not a complete, sinister person or thinking that people are always doing some chaos or type of conspiracist, conspiring against people. I'm not that big of a conspiracy theorist, but damn, dude, like there's things that you can play, there's mind games that you can play to fool other people, man. That Kansas City, what's it called, the Kansas City Shuffle or something like that?
Yeah.
Like misdirection, Kansas City misdirection shuffle or some shit like that. You push them that way while we're going that way. Boom. Read The Art of War by Sang Soon.
But the whole thing is here with the Jones. I mean, I know
you've seen my stapler, Boston Red Streamline stapler. Have you seen it?
I know that they can sit here and think that they're savvy and think that they're doing whatever, man, but they're dealing with David Mulligetta. This dude who they haven't talked to yet. They're telling everybody everything, but they haven't talked to him yet. David Mulligetta's over here in Austin, sitting back like you did, listening to that, like this, laughing. And Mike is going to laugh to the bank because Trey Hendrickson's about to go to camp. So the Bengals sounds like maybe they're about to get a deal done. And once again, you have swung and missed because it's going to get a little higher, Wags. You could have had this done.
It is.
You could have had this
absolutely done. The worst financial thought process to do by thinking like this. But if they are paying that extra $3 million just to be in the news, right? Like it absolutely just makes sense. And honestly, like, why wouldn't you get ahead of Henderson? Why would you let Hendrickson set the bar? And knowing damn well that Micah wants to be the highest paid edge, like
TJ Watt, all these guys. And the thing about it is, I mean, when you start, it's great. I mean, grab the headlines. That's all really good, but there's just always all this distraction, and this is. I say distraction, but they thrive on it. They thrive on the chaos, like you said it. What do they say? The definition of what? We're doing the same thing over and over and over.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I just don't get it. Wags, they genuinely believe this. When you listen to Stephen Jones right there, he really believes what he's saying. We're not going to make a deal, and nobody knows the insides of what goes on. Yeah.
I did not mean to say it like that. It's Sun Tzu, but if I said it like that, it's because I was just rambling off with the time. It's Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is the author of Art of War. Yeah, my apologies, man. No disrespect.
No.
Where's that drop? You should have been there with the drop.
Shit, I'm sorry.
There.
I wasn't on that page. I was
Where's
trying to get
producers.
I was trying to get caught up with the comments. But so there's the latest there. So that's Stephen Jones talking about what he's talking about, and we'll see what goes on there. And Micah's just there. And
I love you guys, man. You guys are honestly, like, aging sucks, right? Getting old sucks. It just does. Life sucks. But I'll be honest with you guys, man. If it wasn't for y'all, if it wasn't for this show, like, life would be darker. It would just be the light wouldn't. It would be dim. You know what I mean? Like, life would just be dim. Like, you guys say that, you know, we make your all's lives better, but, you know, or we can help contribute to your all's lives, you know, sometimes, man. Like, I've heard that, you know, from time to time, but ultimately, man, like, that's reciprocal. Like, your all's interactions, man. You guys light up our lives sometimes, man. Like, some of the shit you all say, just I think about that shit as I'm laying in bed at night, and just I laugh, and I'm like, that's why we do this shit, and that's why we're waking up tomorrow and getting up.
I can honestly tell you, Wags, and this is not
thank you.
This isn't anything. I'm not blowing smoke up anybody's asses here, but it's like when I'm on the road and I can't do this show for whatever reason, I don't have this 60 minutes. Well, let's be honest, 72 minutes that we get to do right here on this show. It's like my day is not right. I mean, because it's like I got to go do whatever I've got to go do. And I don't get the opportunity to say dumb shit, and I don't get to talk about sports, and we don't. It's weird. It's so weird that this little bit of time, it's therapy, dude. I mean, this is seriously therapy. So
my wife said this, like, the same thought went through my head, right? She's like, hey, you want to go on vacation? My first thought is just like, well, I got the show to do. She goes, you can take a laptop, you can do it in the room. And I was just, I don't want to rely on hotel internet. You know what I mean? Like, I like being hardwired in, so there's no delay and there can't be any hiccup. You know what I mean? Especially if you're doing the behind the scenes action where you're doing like the app stuff. You can't be on Wi-Fi. You need to be hardwired in.
You light up my life. That's a Crystal Gale hit, I think, from like 1976. CB, I'm sure you probably seen the episode of The Jeffersons where George Jefferson sings "You Light Up My Life." He's like, so many nights I sit by my window. It's great.
He ain't even drunk, folks. He ain't even drunk, and he's serenading.
Gale, good.
We got a couple more minutes left. We still got some audio from the coaches. You want to save that for tomorrow, or
let's save that for tomorrow, because I wanted to ask you this. You're a donut guy, right? You like donuts, yeah?
Yeah. I don't like to get all like I've seen the donuts out there with like the bacon on it and everything, and you know, the Captain Crunch. I've had the donuts with like the Captain Crunch and all kinds of crazy icing and stuff. They're great. I'm kind of a basic traditional donut dude. Like I love a good what is it? Boston cream? Not the Boston cream. Boston cream is the white is actual white cream. I like kind of like the pudding, I guess. I like puddings. Is that weird? I like pudding stuffed donuts. I like pudding stuffed donuts. Is that weird? I like cream filled.
You like the one that creams all over your mouth. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's
I just love when it just drips all over me. Yeah.
The with the little slimy glaze and maybe a little bit of chocolate on top, and you open it up and the white shit goes on. Yeah,
it's delicious. The chocolate just slides.
Those are good. Those are good. But I'm not a big donut guy. But if I do, I mean, obviously we have Round Rock donuts here, but
very sweet. Right?
Yeah.
Very, very, like, you need at least a glass of milk with one Round Rock donut.
And I see where people are just like eating those things like you would eat breakfast tacos, and I'm like, man, that's a lot. But donuts regardless.
What do you how many donuts how many pills can you get down?
Probably right now, honestly, Wags, probably just one. I mean, I'm not a big sweet guy.
No, that's all right. Yeah, you know, I know that, you know, Krispy Kremes are, you know, those are big stores down here, but I'm actually a Dunkin' guy. You know, give me Dunkin' Donuts. I prefer those donuts, and the coffee. Coffee's fantastic.
Well, one of the favorites.
Timmy Hortons has good donuts too.
Who? Oh,
Timmy Hortons. But you know, William, we know that you're watching, William. We still got to do business. We got to close this deal, buddy. We got to close it. Let's go.
A favorite in Texas. We used to have one here. It was over there behind the Whataburger off of 35. Was Shipley's. You know, that's Texas based. It's Houston, a Houston based company. Shipley's Donuts, really, really good. I know a lot of people that
Oh
really
yeah,
enjoy
yeah, they got kolaches too. Really good kolaches.
that's what I like from there. That's what I like from there.
The jalapeno kolaches.
Yeah. It's on the backside of there. There used to be a Chinese restaurant over there. I think there's a Goodwill. There's a Smoky Moe's, all that stuff. But announced yesterday, remember when Whataburger sold to the Chicago company and everybody like, oh my God, a Texas-based whatever. Shipley's Houston-based donut chain firm, whatever, has been sold to a California investment company. So now Texas loses another great institution.
Staple. They lose a staple. That sucks.
And I like it. I mean, not that I like, but it's so like when that happens, same thing with Whataburger. Do you remember? It's like, oh, it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same. Well, they're still using the same meat. They're still using the same ingredients. They made the building look nicer. I mean, come on, let's be real, right? The buildings look. This one over here by us is pretty nice. I like that building.
I usually don't go in too much.
But I drive around it.
I usually just do the drive-through.
Remember when the Whataburger was like this? You probably weren't in Texas then when they had the A-frame.
I'm probably not. No, with the A-frame arch. Is that what you're talking about? The A-frame?
The A-frame arch. But
no, I do not. I said arch, but it's not really an arch. I like Shipley's and their Earl Campbell sausage pig in a blanket. Okay. Not kolaches. Those are in the West. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the enlightenment. Thank you. I'm going to go the Aaron Rodgers route here, Patrick. Thank you. You're a myth, the man, and the legend. I will pay homage to you and call it the Earl Campbell pig in the blanket from here on out. No, thank you. I really do appreciate it. I don't want to be associated with those people in the West. I just don't.
Yeah. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting news because it was like people are already calling for the demise of Shipley's. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to be that big a deal. You know, that really doesn't defer my preference. If there's a Shipley's and I want it, I want to go get it. I don't care who owns it. It's got to be a really bad situation for me to kind of like boycott something just because that happens. And look, great for the Shipley's family. I'm sure it's not the Shipley's from Texas football, but if they're in a position to sell their business and make some money and maybe retire and help their family, good for them. So anyway.
First Whataburger was Corpus Christi. Is that correct? Is that real?
Mm-hmm. That's true story. And there's actually one.
True story.
There's a 2-story Whataburger right there on the bayfront of there. So 2-story. You have to walk upstairs. That's really funny because I was in Corpus a couple of months back for an event. I was down there for Buck Days working, and I go to the Whataburger.
For what days?
Buck Days, Buccaneer Days. It's like their Old Settlers Festival like we have here in Round Rock where there's live music and all that, but they do it right there on the bayfront. And so I go to Buccaneer Days and the Whataburger's like 1 block down from my hotel. So I'm like, you know what? It's 11:30 at night, but sorry, I want to go to Whataburger. It's 2-story Whataburger. That's all I have to tell you. There are people trying to get up those stairs, hammered. It's like, oh man, this is just sit there.
You got to order upstairs?
No, you order downstairs.
Oh, okay.
But it gets full. And I think there's an elevator. I don't know, but the stairs are right there as you walk in. So there's like people trying
that
to
elevator's probably a mess. That's probably an army,
But yeah, it's like I shit you not. I was there for 20 minutes and I saw 4 people just bust ass trying to go upstairs. I mean, not that I take humor in other people's misfortune, but
sure,
that was really funny.
We absolutely do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because we laugh at what's her name that busting ass there trying to
Brenda.
Right there. This is Whataburger in Corpus.
What else we got on the slate? Anything else?
Oh my God, sorry.
That's
Gotta
all
do
right.
That's Whataburger right there in Corpus. We'll dig more into because there will be probably some player sound, I would say, today after the first day of camp for the Texas Longhorn football
Trying
squad.
to get Mookie on the show, man.
Yeah. Oh,
we got some connections to Mookie here, so we're trying to reach out and use our people to get to his people and see if we can sit down with him and have a nice little conversation about some spring ball.
Yeah. I've already kind of put a feeler out to Trey Moore's mom, a friend of mine, to where it's like, I really like to talk to Trey now that he's going to be a linebacker. So That'd be fun to talk about. I think this is going to be a big year for him. Now that he's acclimated in the system, and the move to linebacker. Imagine that dude where he gets not coming off of the edge, or he actually gets a little bit better look at what's going on. That, I mean, near a linebacker.
Yeah, get to use his footwork, get to use his quickness and kind of move off of, some of his hand placement too there, right? Being able to, sometimes it felt like him coming off the edge, once they got, their hands on him, it was hard for him to get, shut off a block or anything like that. Hopefully, if he, can come from the linebacker position, able to scrape, and not get tied up, or if he does get tied up, able to, do some drills to where he can break free and get his hands loose. I was always taught that it's not a sin to get blocked, but it's a cardinal sin to stay blocked. All right. So it's all right to get chipped, but you got to be able to get back up with it and be able to scrape freely. Of course, this is me talking from, an armchair quarterback position, or an armchair coach position. Well, I'm sure Trey Moore is going to be fantastic. I'm sure he's going to have one hell of a season. I'd still love to see him and Simmons on edges at times, though, right?
No doubt. I got to play linebacker just a few times, and I really liked it because of that whole thing to where you could analyze the field a little bit better.
Outside or inside?
Middle. And
okay, yeah.
So,
I mean, we played 4-4, so I say inside, and we didn't play where you just had your one monster back. We actually had two inside linebackers. So
I loved it till I got drilled in the ear hole the first time. I'm like, man, I could see everything. Looking around, and then boom. Of course, that's when that's back when we didn't have face mask, Wags, and we played in leather helmets.
Get the hell out of here! You're like 10 years older than I am, man. You could actually
get hit in the head, and it wasn't that big a deal. There is some good sound that we can get into tomorrow about the secondary, because we've kind of talked about that a little bit, where
addressing some holes, and that's why I wanted to bring Mookie on too, right, to see how they were congealing and seeing how they were kind of solidifying and filling in the pieces and filling in some of the void that was kind of needed to be supplemented from that secondary.
Yeah. So, and we'll get to that tomorrow. And like we mentioned, there'll be more, because we will get a little bit more, once they're off the field. And somebody had mentioned on the Coda text line asking about practice times. I honestly don't know. What those times are. So, it's not like we can get in there and see any of that. Thank you for the correction right here. Debbie Boone. I don't know who I may have said you light up my life. I said George Jefferson because he did. But Debbie Boone. I think the daughter or sister of Pat Boone.
Get out of here. I didn't even know Pat Boone. Well, why would I? Why would I know that Pat Boone had people in the business or whatever?
Yeah.
Were they hitting you up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328? We didn't give the shout out or digis at the beginning of it, but we wanted to make sure that we got it in before we got out of here. All right. Any last save rounds? Anything that we need to get off our chest here?
And I think we've got everything covered. We've sat here and slammed on the Jones family. We got them all taken care of. We've done our daily dose of slams. We took care of the Jones family. We gave an attaboy to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, how about that? Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, the Rangers can stay on a good little winning slider. Did they get the win last night? I thought I saw some late inning heroics there from the Rangers.
Oh, daughter. Thank you. It's Pat Boone's daughter. I don't know. I just saw that the Astros beat Walgreens, and to me, that's like, all right, here we go. There we go. Take care of Walgreens and get back.
No, the Angels, the Halos actually came back and got the Rangers there. Well, hopefully they can turn it around there. Baltimore, hopefully they can stay hot, keep this thing going, and get the sweep here over the Bluebirds. Yeah, man. I see Jake's comment there. Baltimore might be too far out. The Rays are kind of the line. Yeah, that might be so, but I don't know. It's 7.5. It doesn't look like it's too much. I mean, it's a big hill. Don't get me wrong. It's a big hill, but I still think it's able to be trekked up. So,
and I think this is a big week for the Mariners. I mean, because the Mariners, taking on the A's. I know the A's swept Houston, but I think that was, just one of those things. But I mean, if the Mariners can pull this thing down to a couple of games outside of the Astros, and let's say they do make that deal for Suarez, it's like, holy smoke, they're serious. So, I don't know. AL West still runs through the Astros, but lots of baseball to be played yet.
You called it. You call almost 72 minutes. What's up, boys? How are we?
We are doing great. It is a lovely Wednesday. I'm back in the AH here in my little cabin, and about to talk some recruiting. About to talk some, I don't know, maybe a little bit of preview of the SEC show on Netflix. I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know what we're doing today.
The SEC. Oh, okay, I got you. We had a little Happy Gilmore 2 conversation to start the show.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it.
I don't want to good callbacks, good cameos. Again, people are trying to drag it and say that it, basically Happy Gilmore 1. It's not. It's just got some Easter eggs and callbacks to it, right?
It's basically just the Entourage movie, but for golf.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
there's
just all
a lot of
cameos.
there's some celebrities in there. There's some funny lines. You're not trying to solve a mystery or a crime, drama here. It's stupid, thoughtless. It almost aligns with what Jordan said yesterday about the Adam Sandler template, right? Only I think his rom-coms are more like that. I don't agree with Jordan with him saying that all Adam Sandler movies are the same. His rom-coms 100% absolutely, but when he gets to step outside of it and do like a Happy Madison production like Happy Gilmore 2, I think he gets to show his I don't know, his perfection, if you will.
Versatility.
Yeah,
Y'all are crazy.
I saw
plays
something.
the same character in every Billy
It is
Madison
not.
movie.
He's not.
No, I agree with Jordan, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, I think us as a society, we've just realized that like Adam Sandler movies are just an excuse for him and his family to like take a cool vacation. But now we don't have to go to the movie theater and pay for it anymore because it's free. So now we're a little bit more receptive to it.
So and look, like it's almost like a stepping stage to showcase his family in this show, right? Or in this movie. It's just like, hey, here's my kids. Let's get some Nepo babies, into Hollywood.
They're not the ones that play his sons are not actually his sons though.
No. Actually, one of them is one kid from the series Shameless.
The
I don't know if
daughter's
you're
in there.
familiar with that. But yeah, Carl, the little badass, like the drug dealer. Like, he's one of his kids. One dude's a wrestler, and that's another. Like Becky Lynch is in this. Kelsey Plume is. There's a lot of cameos, man. There's one crazy cameo that you don't really notice. You got to see it in the credits, and you're like, oh my god, that was that person. Let me go back and check it out again.
I'm gonna guess.
I don't want to go Bogart any more of your all's time, man. You guys have a great show.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, boys. See y'all later.
Yeah. My thing with Sandler, it's called Billy Madison, right? Where he plays a kid that's a grown man and he wets his pants. Like, you can't tell me that's not the cousin.
That's a classic, Jordan. That's a classic movie.
I don't know, man. Whatever.
Big Daddy. You ever see Big Daddy?
Probably.
Where he's the dad for someone's kid. Like, it's not actually his kid, and he's got the cool apartment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fan of him. Like, I don't mind Click, Uncut Gems, some of the other movies he's done. I really like that movie where he was a basketball scout in Europe.
Yeah.
But like, dude, whatever. I do not remember the TV channel. There was a TV channel growing up on Time Warner Cable. Shout out Time Warner Cable. I haven't heard that in forever. Where Happy Gilmore was on TV at least twice a day. It was like the free movie channel. And Billy Madison was always on there. His other dumb, stupid movies are always on there. And I have a twin brother. And growing up, twin brother and I are our parents' way to come up with us fighting over the TV remote or what's on TV is that on odd calendar days, like the 13th, 15th, 17th, it's my day. I get to choose what's on TV. On even days, it's his days. And on even days, I swear on my life, half the time it was some dumb Adam Sandler movie. So, like, that's why I am forever against him in these types of movies like Happy Gilmore. I'm still going to watch it so I can comment on it, knowing everyone else is talking about. But, like, I mean, damn, man. I've had enough that version of Adam Sandler in my life. Okay. Like, I've seen the first Happy Gilmore. I'm not joking. I've seen it at least 30 times.
Yeah, I feel the same way. but I still think it's a I don't know about that being a classic, but I do think some of the other ones are. Let's go through these, and I've got a few more. Little Nicky, I've never actually seen this one. Have you?
Have not.
No? Grown-Ups, as in the trilogy of Grown-Ups.
Man, funny story.
Is it good or not?
No, it's not.
Okay. Waterboy.
I mean, I have that over Happy Gilmore and Grown-Ups.
50 First Dates.
That one's not bad. That one's tolerable. I've not seen Anger Management.
I haven't either. I'm trying to think of what else I would put up here. I mentioned Big Daddy. It's the one, it's like one of the Sprouse kids that plays his, the kid. Feel like we're missing Airheads, maybe. There was a really good one he had on Netflix about 5 years ago, but I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, no. And either way, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Jake had a comment here. Jake had a comment here about showing this YouTube comment, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. This went viral on Twitter a couple days ago. Some action talk. But it says, congrats on your 5-star recruits and $100 million facilities, SEC fans. Meanwhile, the MAC is out here playing real football in front of 14 people and a raccoon on a Tuesday night during a blizzard. You ever seen a punter throw a touchdown to a long snapper while the scoreboard's on fire? Didn't think so. While y'all are busy arguing over which frat-funded dynasty is slightly less fraudulent, Toledo's cooking up a triple reverse flea flicker in a game that ends 43-42 after 6 missed PATs and a goalpost gets stolen. That's not football. That's Maction. You win survival in a quarter in East Planty. I don't know if I pronounced that right.
Ypsilanti, I believe.
Ypsilanti. Yeah, I know it's a Maction site, but I never had to say it out loud, to be honest.
Honestly, is that where Central Michigan is?
Asking the wrong guy.
Do you want to take a guess?
Just tell me.
It's not Central Michigan. Here we go. Eastern Michigan. Crazy.
Home of the Max Crosbys.
Home of the Max Crosby and the Gray Field.
We should have knew where Jake Bayless was going.
Oh my!
Yeah. Hey, I give you credit on that one.
That was a good one. He set that one up.
We walked right into that one, but thanks, Jake. Anyways, fall camp for the Texas Longhorns start today at 2:45 p.m. It will be the first media availability of the year. Next year, or sorry, not next year. Tomorrow is the second media availability. Usually they only do 2. Maybe they do another one next week. Not sure yet. We'll see. Since it's the first day of fall camp, they're very likely to either be in helmet only and shorts and shirts, or half shell where it's helmet and shoulder pads. To be honest with you, like traditionally there's not been, I mean, it's fall camp, right? And we're coming to the end of the off season. There's always stuff you can get, right? But wow, I can't believe we didn't think about the longest yard. I've seen that one at least 50 times as well. That was my brother's favorite Adam Sandler movie. But anyways, there's only so much we can take from these media availabilities, because usually they're only about 20 minutes, and usually it's like stretching lines. And it's like, okay, well, Michael Taft is the third safety in the stretching line, but he's obviously not the third safety on the depth chart. Like it's things like that, right? But man, I'm excited. In the spring, there was only one media availability, and I missed it because they sent out the email saying there was one only 2 hours before. I live in Fort Worth. I can't get to Austin in that time. And then the one I was going to was canceled while I was driving there because of weather, and they never redid it. So this will be my first time seeing anyone from the 2025 class in a Texas uniform, or I guess outside of Lance Jackson, Michael Terry, and Justice Terry, who enrolled during bowl prep, and we're wearing a jersey and sweatpants on the sideline of the bowl games. But man, I'm excited to see him. I did a story yesterday, the 10 freshmen I'm most excited to see. Will, I was curious. I know you're obviously not there dealing with concussion and are down in Houston. But let's say you are going. Who would be the guys you are looking forward to the most?
This is not one that I ever would have expected to say, but based on kind of the chatter of what the quarterback depth has been like, I'm really interested to see what KJ Lacey looks like, because it seems like all three of the legitimate backup pieces have impressed through the offseason. It seems like Matthew Caldwell was a guy that came on in a role that we expected, as in he's probably not going to play, and he may not even be an emergency option. He is truly like the break the glass guy. Like if something truly goes wrong and you need to roll with an experienced player, then you'll have him. But it seems like he may have emerged as the second best quarterback in that room. It seems like Trey Owens still, who's had a ton of fans since he got to Austin, like he's done a lot physically. I wish Texas, did some of those before and after pictures, because, just looking at Trey Owens, and I remember seeing him last spring, just on campus. And he was, not in football, not in shape to play in the SEC. I'll say that. And he looks like it now. So how does KJ Lacey fit into that? He's my, kind of my number one that I want to see, because I had very mixed reviews, got mixed reviews, didn't see the best from him. The only time I saw him in person when he was down in Austin for the Elite 11. He's the top one. The receivers, I feel like we've just talked this, as much about this as we can, with how they kind of fit in with the team. It seems like Dalen McCutcheon has been an impressing name throughout the spring. And that's another one that I didn't really expect. So I'll say him, won't go any deeper on that. And then maybe some Nick Brooks. Like there's been so much Nick Brooks excitement for the last few months, and he's not going to start, at least early on. But this is someone that they're extremely high on, and some people see him kind of as the left tackle of the future for Texas. So definitely want to see him at some point soon.
Yeah, I had KJ Lacey and Nick Brooks both on my story, the 10 freshmen I'm looking forward to seeing. Lacey, I wrote, hey, if he's playing at all this year, either something has gone horribly wrong or Texas is up 40 points in their opponent and there's 2 minutes left in the game. Hopefully it's the latter. But with him, he was listed at 170 to 175 pounds throughout his high school recruitment. I believe we had him at 175 since he actually committed. And, I had access to some of the measurements and data from when he went to camps. Like, he was never heavier than 173. He's now listed at 189 on the Texas roster. He has never weighed that much in his life. So I'm curious to what he looks like physically. Obviously, he's always been like the eval on him has always been knocked because of his size. He's listed at 6 foot. Realistically, if he makes it to the combine in however many years, he's probably going to be in the 5'11 range, just being honest. They round up these numbers. That's how it works. But the thing that's made him special is his touch and quick release. And he's won at the highest level in Alabama public high school football. People forget Ryan Williams. Yes, they won 2 state championships together, and Saraland wasn't able to get it done once Williams left. But they still went deep in the playoffs. Lacey still put him on his back, as a 5'11", 170-pound quarterback playing high school football. So he's obviously a long ways from playing, but I'm excited just to see what he looks like, because he's always been on the smaller side, obviously. And then with Nick Brooks, man, there isn't a freshman who is more in need of a great fall camp than Nick Brooks. Screw all the off the field stuff that happened. That has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the fact that he is one play away from having to be Texas's left tackle, blocking the franchise quarterback of all franchise quarterbacks, Arch Manning.
Yeah.
This is a much different situation than Kelvin Banks is a true freshman, not only because Kelvin is more ready to play and is a better prospect, but also because Kelvin honestly was never supposed to play as a true freshman. It's because the roster was in the state it was and he had to. That was the only option. That was the best they had. So for Brooks, he needs to take every rep, every stretch, whatever it is in fall camp, like he is Trevor Gooseby, because he is one play away from being Trevor Gooseby. So I think it's super important for him. And I'm also really excited to see what he looks like. I've never seen him in person, minus when he's been in street clothes walking into a Texas visit. And he was listed at 350 for most of his high school recruitment. He was heavier than that, and he's now listed at 349. So I'm curious to how he looks, just because there's no way in hell he was 350 when Texas was bringing him in on visits. And it's kind of similar to Cam Williams. I mean, Cam Williams showed up to Texas and rolled at Texas weighing like 390 pounds. He played his senior year at 390 pounds at Duncanville. And I think at the combine it was like 330 something. So like there's a lot of physical development to take these tackle types and get them ready to play, even years down the road, get them ready for the combine in the NFL. And Nick Brooks has to reshape his body. Now, can he be playable before the body's, has gone through the full transformation? I'm not sure, but a lot of things need to happen with Nick Brooks this fall camp. And like I said, there isn't anyone more in need of a great fall camp than Nick Brooks because of his value, his importance to the team as the backup left tackle. So, yeah. And Antoine, I don't have any Kavian Bryant news. Really the ones to know with him: Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Florida State, and SMU.
Yep.
Pretty much, not pretty much.
That's it.
I'd say A&M is recruiting him at basketball. We're recruiting him to play basketball as well. But from what I put together, the three schools, or the schools that are really pushing the dual sport stuff, are SMU, Tech, and Florida State, which I guess does make some sense. Just looking at what A&M and Texas are in the state, like Texas Tech could never get this kid by just recruiting him to play quarterback, but they could, for both sports. Same with SMU, Florida State. Different with Texas and A&M. So we're kind of in wait and see mode. He still doesn't have a decision timeline. I do think somewhere in his junior season or right after is probably the most likely. He doesn't, strike me as a kid who's going to take this thing all the way till like next summer and want to take OVs. Quarterbacks very rarely will do that. So, yeah, Will, I don't know if you have anything there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that was, kind of the last we heard from him on the Tech side. Like, the Bryant family has several different ways they could take this. Kavian is not adamant, but confident that he can play two sports at the collegiate level. That being said, they understand that it's a bigger deal to play quarterback at Texas than it is to be a point guard and play quarterback at Texas Tech. Those options may end up being at the same level in terms of compensation and in terms of kind of the exposure that you're going to get. As crazy as that sounds, does not strike me as a player, as a family, just as anything in his makeup make me feel like it's going to come down to money and it's going to come down to exposure here. It is really going to come down to who the best staff is and who actually has a plan. If he goes to Texas one more time and says, hey, the only way I'm coming here is if I can play basketball year one, they're probably going to tell him no. They're probably going to be honest with him. And I think that's going to help Texas. And that's what has helped Texas to this point. They didn't send out an offer immediately. They took their time. They didn't even see Kavian in the first round of, the spring, June camps. He didn't come until the 6th. They saw Gunnar Rivers. They saw Kavian Bryant. They saw Peyton Houston again. And they didn't send out any offers. Of course, Peyton Houston already has that offer, but they didn't send out any more. They waited for Kavian. They gave him the full breakdown. They took him all around campus before they offered him. So Texas has really done their due diligence with this so far. They're not rushing him into anything. And like you said, it was wait and see. But I really think that the plan that Texas has so far is going to be hard to beat.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I think too, a strategy Texas could use as far as like the football, basketball part is like, hey man, how many, 6'1.5" quarterbacks have there been in the NFL? And how many 6'1.5" point guards have there been in the NBA?
Yeah.
Like your shot of being a pro football player is higher than your shot of being a pro basketball player. And that's just what it is. I also think like if I'm Texas, realistically, Kavian Bryant isn't really going to be in the running. I mean, I know this is all us thinking forward, right, and speculating with when Arch Manning's going to leave, when Diabell would get his turn trail, when KJ Lacey, all that. But, like, if you really think about it, he might not have a legit chance to compete for a starting job at Texas at quarterback until year 2 or year 3, and he's in the program. Not that, that time isn't important when he's a backup and is getting his feet wet and is learning, how to be a college quarterback. But if he can play maybe 1, maybe 2 seasons of basketball, and then he becomes the man in football and quits basketball or stops playing, that could be something, because, like, there's that has happened several times for these football, basketball players where they only play basketball for a year or 2, and then it gets serious in football, they're a contributor, and they stop playing basketball. So I could see that happening, but I do think it probably is more likely that Texas is like, hey, if you're coming here, it's football, or you're not coming here.
So. I mean, I think there's definitely a chance that would happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there's also a very good chance of a plan being worked out. I don't think they're going to tell Kavian, hey, there's no chance you play basketball here. It will be a wait. We said this recruitment is a wait and see thing. I think they're also going to wait and see. And that's Sean Miller waiting and seeing. Is it worth it for Sean Miller to take on, add another player to his roster when, Texas is playing games, playing legitimate football games, pretty deep into the basketball season. Once they get to conference play, like once you get to the national championship, SEC play has already started. So that's definitely something to it. This is not the old days. This is not DeAndre Hopkins at Clemson. This is not Nate Robinson at VT. This is truly, the seasons have meshed so much. There's so much overlap now, and it's so much harder. But like I said, I don't think it's impossible because, he's truly he is one of the best players in the state in basketball.
Yeah. I mean, like statistically in both sports is honestly probably the best dual sport athlete to come to the state of Texas since I don't know who. Like
non-track, I'll say that.
Yeah. I mean, like Jonah Williams is obviously super good in baseball and football, but like I can't think of any football basketball combos that are.
I can think of one.
Garrett Wilson, maybe.
Garrett Wilson. I can think of one this past cycle. Of course, I can't remember his name now. The one that played 1A football and ended up at Arizona State. Grayson Rigdon. Started at Benjamin.
Yeah.
A depth take for Arizona State, but he was averaging like 40 points a game at Benjamin before he transferred to Columbus. It was Columbus, right?
Yeah. They hired his dad on staff. That's also how we went to 2 different 6-man programs. But I mean, hey, Kavian is averaging 31, 32 as a sophomore in 3A competition. So I don't know, but it is interesting, and you're gonna hit on some questions here. Where is this? Which loss was worse, Mike Gundy losing to Central Michigan or Cristobal losing to Georgia Tech? It has to be Cristobal to Georgia Tech. All they had to do was knee the ball, and he ran and they did a scoop and score. It does not get worse than that. Like, that is forever going to be a stain on Mario Cristobal the rest of his life. I can promise you that. Zookeeper was horrible. Paul Blart Cop. What do you say?
Bedtime Stories. That was good.
Paul Blart Mall Cop is a classic.
That's a Billy Madison movie? I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, of course. It's Kevin James.
Yeah, they're just talking Kevin James. But I've not seen this. I heard this movie's horrible. When Kevin James plays Sean Payton.
Yeah, I've heard it's really bad. And I've never heard of anyone watching it.
Yeah. Longhorn Villain said, serious question, is Jared Gibson lost in the running back shuffle or will he break out this year? I mean, probably say somewhere in between. Mm-hmm. Trey Wisner comes back. He's the guy. He's probably going to start week 1 in Columbus. Baxter's obviously back. But, as Sark has said several times in press conferences, like, he's not going to rush Baxter back. Like, if he's not 100%, he's not playing him. And I'm not saying he's not 100%, but, like, to my understanding, I'm not sure he's gone through 100% of all the drills and stuff they're asking the other running backs to do because he is still recovering from blowing out his knee to some degree. So, after those 2 in the season, I think it's Jared Gibson and Christian Clark. Heard a lot of great things about Christian Clark, the way he's recovered from his injury. And I mean, with him, he's a different style of runner than anyone else really in the room. So with Gibson, I mean, the thing with him too, you got to remember, Chad Scott didn't recruit any of these guys. There was nothing he promised to these guys in high school. There was nothing he talked to these guys about in high school because he was at West Virginia.
Yeah.
So it's a little different, right? Jared Gibson was a Tashard Choice guy. He had him, his sights set on him since early sophomore year that he wanted that to be his, premium running back take in 2024. And he got it done. But with Gibson, I mean, I think you're looking at running back 3 or 4 for him. He's definitely in front of the 2 true freshmen, but also definitely behind Baxter and Wisner. So, yeah. And I think too, like, with the fact that the entire running back room can come back next year, no one is able to leave for the draft besides Wisner or Baxter, who I think would have to have really, really, really good years this year. If the entire room comes back, like realistically, yes, one of those guys is probably going into the portal, whether it's Christian Clark, Gibson, Ricky Stewart, or James Simon. That's just what it is in today's day and age of college football. So I do think, things are just honestly going to have to work themselves out as the season goes on with the running back rotation and other things. And also, like, as last year showed you, injuries can happen in the blink of an eye, man. Like fall camp is starting today. People forget Christian Clark and CJ Baxter were still healthy around this time last year, So I really think things just have to play themselves out for Jared Gibson before we can speak on him being lost in the shuffle or breaking out. Jake Bayless said, in my opinion, Brandon Baker needs to win the job at right tackle considering his pedigree as a recruit. I thought that was interesting. Yesterday, the Texas staff did media availabilities in the Moncrief complex where any on-field staffer, any position coach or coordinator or whatnot, can field questions from reporters, but, guys like J.M. Jones or Brandon Harris are off limits because they're recruiting / support staff. But when Kyle Flood spoke with the media, he said in reference to right tackle, yeah, that's definitely going to be a camp battle for sure, said Flood. We've got a couple guys who have been playing there in the spring, and Andre Kojo and Brandon Baker. Both those guys have changed their bodies, improved their skill sets, and we'll figure out in training camp how that all plays out. So both guys are going to go out and compete, and we'll see how it plays out. That's very interesting to me. Earlier in the spring, we obviously were hearing it was going to be a competition, but for several months, the Andre Kojo front has kind of been quieted as the Brandon Baker front has risen up. I still think Brandon Baker's probably the likely right tackle starter, but it's fall camp. They want these guys to work harder than if they announced the starter in June. So I think that's part of it. I still expect Baker to be it. If he doesn't win the job, I think that is concerning, considering, like you said, his pedigree as a recruit. And also, man, if you're Texas, you have a lot of money invested in Brandon Baker. You do. You also kind of need him to work out for that money to make sense. So, I think that the situation with Brandon Baker is going to be something that influences how Texas recruits 5-star offensive tackles going forward because they cost a lot of money, and it's financially not very smart to have that money on the bench. So I'm with you, man. What else do we have here? Any questions before we get back to it?
Let's talk about DJ Lagway. This has come up in the last couple days. Lagway thing sounds like a calf strain or Achilles tendon precaution. Maybe it goes the way of CMC, which would be awful for the Gators. From what we've heard, it is just precaution at this point. He dealt with that leg injury and had to wear the contraption that I had never seen before, which basically stopped him from, full leg movement. I think, throughout the offseason, he was considered fully healthy. And while that, I don't think a new injury has come on. It sounds like it's kind of a re-aggravation, or maybe he was putting pressure on another part of his leg or the other leg. There haven't been too many specifics about this, but I don't think it's something that they're expecting to, keep him out for any time. And I would expect he's going a little bit light to start off camp, but nothing, that should keep him out of action at all.
Man, to be honest, if I'm Lagway, I'm getting my agent to be like, hey, what the hell is y'all's training staff doing? Because, Will, can you remember any major injuries from his high school career where he missed time or missed a game? Because I cannot.
No.
So when did these injury problems start popping up? He's always been big. He's obviously put on more weight since he got to Florida, but I don't know. Sometimes there can be too much weight on guys' frames. Look what Tom Herman did to Jordan Whittington, like putting 20 pounds on in one offseason, then asking him to run the same and be the same athlete. It's never going to work. It's just not how it works. You have to ease into it. And that is what killed Jordan Whittington's college career early on. So very interested to hear or see and hear about Lagway through fall camp. I guess I'll just run through this real quick. Other freshmen I'm excited to see from the story I did yesterday. Nick Townsend, he enrolled just a few weeks ago, one of 3 summer enrollees. It was him, and then Jordan and Devin Coleman. Everyone else showed up in January from the 2025 recruiting class. With Townsend, I mean, hey, if you've been tuning into our work, to our show, to Horns 24/7 for the last 2 years, you'll know just how big of a fan I am. 6'3", 240 pounds. Ran 10.92 in high school in the 100-meter as a 240-pounder. This spring, he also hit 21.62 in the 200-meter, running between 235 and 240 pounds. That is very rare. You almost never get an athletic profile like this at tight end. Oftentimes, these guys are playing linebacker, which is funny because Townsend was recruited by several schools to play linebacker or tight end. Texas included. Johnny Nansen offered him the chance to play linebacker as well. They were recruiting him as an athlete. So I'm super, super excited to see him. At 6'3", 240 with 10.92, immediately he's going to contribute on special teams. One of the most coachable kids, a great kid. If Jeff Banks tells him to jump, he says, how high? One of those kids. So either kickoff, kick return, or whatever it is, there's different roles he can play on special teams, and I definitely think he will do that as a freshman. Probably not going to see many snaps at tight end this year due to the fact that, there's other bodies ahead of him, and he also got there in June. But this fall camp, it lays the groundwork for him being an impact player in year 2. Because if Jack Andrews leaves after this year, the room could be left of Spencer Shannon and Will Randall in year 4, Jordan Washington in year 3, and then Townsend and Amari Winston in year 2. So, I mean, he could very well be on the field in 2026 as a starter in 12 personnel. So Townsend, already talked about Nick Brooks, talked about Justice Terry. Really don't have to say much there. It's Justice Terry. Josiah Sharma is a kid I am fascinated to see how he looks. He was listed at 325 throughout high school. He was never 325 besides, I don't know, maybe when he was like 16. He's now listed at 356 and is the heaviest player on the roster. So what does that 356 look like? Because we don't know how much he actually weighed when it was listed at 325. And, like Townsend, probably not going to play much this year, but this fall camp lays the groundwork for the others. And then Bo Barnes, 6'1", 244, ran 10.96 in the 100-meter as a high schooler, going to play on special teams. I think will be a similar role to what Leon Galafau played, where he was kickoff and punt as a true freshman, and then earned linebacker snaps as a sophomore. Like others on this list, Barnes was at 220. That's what he was listed at in high school. I don't think there's a time I saw him where he was 220 after his freshman year. He always looked about 240, 250. And, things like that kind of get me excited because he clearly had weight to shed, but at the same time was averaging like 15 tackles a game in the hardest public school district in America. So it's like, what is he going to look like when he's actually in great shape? That's what gets me excited. So now at 244, Hank South from Horns 24/7 reported this a few weeks ago, but he actually clocked nearly 22 miles per hour during offseason drills, which is the fastest miles per hour recorded by a Texas linebacker this offseason. So if he's the heaviest, arguably the biggest, but also the fastest as an 18-year-old, that is a very good thing for Bo Barnes going forward. He will have a role this year on special teams and definitely next year at backer. Jonathan Cunningham, you're probably like, whoa, you're excited to see Jonathan Cunningham? Yes, I am, because he's listed as a linebacker still, but in talking to sources, spent a lot of time with the nickels and the safeties this spring. Why is that? Because he's 6'3" and probably showed up around 175, 180. He was listed at 190 throughout his high school recruitment. Don't think he was ever that weight, but he's now 193 on the Texas roster. So what does that look like with him? And also, like, is this a Mo Blackwell situation? Can he put on the weight to stay at linebacker, or is he going to have to be it safety or nickel, because that scenario situation affects the numbers and needs in recruiting for linebacker, safety, and nickel, depending on what John Cunningham is. So I'm excited to see him throughout, or after he committed to Texas. Every time I saw him play, I'd say, like, I think this is the first linebacker prospect I've ever covered out of high school that is better in pass coverage than run game, which doesn't make a ton of sense. But, like, I don't know. I think I look pretty smart saying that now that he spent a lot of time with the nickels and safeties this spring, but very unique skill set. Not quite the athlete, and doesn't have quite the length and size that Jelani McDonald has, but they are similar in terms of, like, the way their frames are built and, long, lanky guys that can do a lot of things. So I'm very curious to see what Cunningham ends up playing because, again, it could affect numbers in recruiting. And then Cade Phillips, corner. There isn't a player on the Texas roster with a better track and field profile than him. Out of high school, went 24.75 in the long jump, 21.5 in the 200, and 4.974 in the 400. The speed paired with the fact that he's 6 foot, 190 pounds with 34-inch arms and 10.5-inch hands. That is a special teams player year one, no doubt about it. 34-inch arms and 10.5-inch hands are what, like, we look for in offensive tackle prospects out of high school. And what the NFL Combine looks at, you always want them to have 34-plus-inch arms. So he basically is O-lineman arms playing corner. It's very, very, very unique body type. But for him, he's kind of always been skin and bones. He was listed at 170 throughout high school. I think realistically he's more in the 160s. Texas now has him at 190. So what does that look like? Cade Phillips with meat on his bones. That I think that's something that will get a lot of evaluators excited because of the potential and ceiling he has. And then Grayson Littleton, this will be the first time I've seen him since March of 2024 when I saw him at a 7-on-7 tournament in Houston. When he committed, I said it on here actually with Jeff that he should be viewed as the nickel of the future for the Texas defense. That's what he's been working with throughout the spring. Probably not going to play a ton, but I could see him being in the rotation with Jelani McDonald or Mookie Taff or Gilbo. They're going to be very creative with the nickel snaps and the nickel rotation. So just excited to see him, see what he looks like because I haven't seen him in a long time. And then last but certainly not least, Jonah Williams. Can't wait to see him. He's listed at 213 pounds on the Texas roster and played most of his high school career between 195 and 205. So what does the body look like, especially after playing a season of baseball? And, I mean, hey, expectations, they're sky high. He's the third highest ranked safety in the history of 24/7 sports, which started in 2010. So, a lot of things expected from him. And also, yes, we'll obviously play special teams, but with what Texas has invested in him as a dual sport player, I mean, I can say with confidence, it's 7 figures. You don't have 7 figures sitting on the bench. There's going to be ways they can get him in the game, whether it's situational dime packages or what, and it'll probably be more and more as the season goes on, but they have to figure out a way for him to play besides special teams because of what they have invested in him, and I would expect them to do that. So those are the 10 freshmen I'm high on that I'm excited to see. I know there's no Kalika Lockett or Jamie French with those ones, but I don't know. I feel like there's a pretty clear understanding of what those guys' roles is as freshmen and what their roles are going forward, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Jordan, I've got something just so we can fill a couple minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
The top 10 rookies in Madden, the ratings have been revealed. I'm just going to go ahead and put this up there because asking you to guess, I think, is a complete crapshoot. But before I put it up here, one player has an 84 rating, one has an 83, and they're the top. The next one's 81. Who do you think those top 2 players are? You're actually muted.
My bad. One has to be Travis Hunter, right?
Number one is Travis Hunter at 84.
And what? I'm trying to think of who else went top 10. Ashton Genty, he's one of the other 80s, right?
There you go. Ashton Genty is at an 83. Abdul Carter at 81. Mason Graham at 80. Will Campbell and Jalen Walker at 79. And then Kenneth Grant, Michael Williams, Maxwell Harrison, and Jade Barron at 78. No Kelvin Banks. He's a 77 or lower. Kind of surprised about that. Cam Ward is not on here. The number one overall pick is not even top 10 in the rankings or in the ratings. So, Jordan, I don't know if you know this, but this is the last year that the last year on the contract for EA and exclusive rights to the NFL. So Madden is supposed to be a little bit better this year since they're going all out to secure that next contract. I think they get it regardless. I think I might actually give it a shot this year. I had it with EA Play like in the spring. It was awful. The lighting was terrible. I thought the audible system that college football has now taken on, I hate. The hurry up thing where you can move formations. It really just messes me up. But maybe I'll give Madden a chance this year. Now that we know some more of the guys that are in the game, it gets a little bit more exciting.
I'm not buying Madden. Like
I won't buy it, but if EA Play, it gives it to me. And
what do you pay per month for EA Play?
I don't know. I think it's a yearly thing, like $20 or something like that. It's very cheap.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, like, never had a ton of fun playing Madden growing up. Outside of playing now, I don't really care for the other games. Like, franchise was fun, but only for so long, and I didn't have enough time and didn't want to commit enough to it to do an online franchise thing. And Dynasty and College Football 26 is just so much more fun to me. Like, to be honest with you, I don't think I've played a single game of Madden since CFB 25 came out.
Really?
I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I played Madden. I think I was still living in my parents' house. It's been a minute.
2 or 3 years. I mean, I haven't bought the game since probably 22 when I was in high school still. Since then, I probably took a year off. I grinded 2K for a couple of years there. Then it's been all college football, and that's been, I'm sure you're wondering, that has been the worst part of this concussion experience, to put 5 days on hold for my dynasty.
Well, you can't like double blue light glasses it or something.
I think the double blue light glasses aren't there. I think it's too much moving. I'm supposed to rest the brain.
Yeah. I also think like playing CFB is so much more fun for me, at least, and probably for you, because like I know the guys in the game. I covered them as high schoolers. Like it's fun to play against them or have them on your team or whatnot. And like Dynasty and the way it's set up with the portal being crazy, it kind of sucks, but it's also fun because like I'm in like year 2028 playing Auburn, and their quarterback is fucking Kevin Sperry. And y'all are probably like, who the hell is Kevin Sperry? But like, that's fun for me because I saw Kevin Sperry go from this freshman quarterback at Frisco Rock Hill into this Division I Power 4 prospect, then commits to Oklahoma, moves to a school in Oklahoma, gets dropped by Oklahoma, and then ends up at Florida State. Like, never in any world did I expect him to be at Auburn, but because he's in the game and happens to be throwing passes to, I don't know, Zach Branch or someone random, like, that shit's fun for me just to think about. You don't get the same experience in Madden franchise. Like, if we did a franchise where you can draft your own teams and it's still the same teams and logos, but it's like the Philadelphia Eagles have Joe Burrow as their quarterback and Jahdae Barron at corner, like, I don't care. It's not the same for me. It's not as cool. But if Auburn has a Kevin Sperry, then it's like, oh, boy, I don't know. It's just the way I'm wired. Like, I care more about CFB than NFL, and even in real life, that statement still stands. And I think for a lot of people that tune into our content too, like, if you had to get rid of either watching college football for the rest of your life or NFL for the rest of your life, I think most people tuning in would say NFL. And, I mean, I would too. So, yeah. And yes, CB, that video of Kelvin Banks that came out yesterday, that was versus Chase Young. So, or at least one of them was. He was wearing 99, and that was clearly Chase Young, who I didn't even know was on the Saints, by the way. He was on the 49ers for a small period of time. It didn't do much
for a couple of years now.
Really?
I feel like that's where he went the year after he was in San Francisco. So this is his second or third year. Yeah, this is his second year there.
Stephen Delgado said my kid got permabanned from NBA 2K for lying about his age. He got lazy and didn't change the calendar, he said, and they caught him against his system age. I have no idea what that all means. That's so weird.
That is very odd.
How old do you have to be to play 2K? Why is there an age limit on there?
13, and even then, I think you only need to be a certain age to play online.
Yeah, he got lazy and didn't change the calendar. He said, and they caught him against his system age. I have no idea what that all. That's weird. So how does that work? He has to like have a buddy buy the disc or something. Like that's just weird.
Yeah, just banned from online. He can still play, you know, all the modes and play now and everything. You just can't play with someone else.
Yeah. Hey, I'll say this: like the NBA and NFL street games, NFL Blitz always look fun. We're too young for that shit. I can say right now, neither one of us ever played that.
I played Blitz. But
I did not.
I had a copy of Blitz on the 360.
Yeah, your boy did not. We didn't get the Xbox for a minute. We on Lake Travis, we were rocking the Wii and the Scruggs family for a long time. But I don't know. Some other notable stuff from fall camp that we should talk about before we get out of here. Brad Spence has now been moved to the edge room, Alan Clark's room. He's playing the buck edge position, which I guess the easiest way to describe this is Colin Simmons' position. The smaller body type, quick speed rusher, and then on the other side is the Ethan Burks, the Colton Vlasics, etc. So I think that's very interesting. He is similar to Kosip Paula as a kid that was an edge rusher in high school that had to be spun up to linebacker. Arkansas did that. He was good to play linebacker. Transfers to Texas to play linebacker. Now he's at edge. So, hey, thought that was very interesting because the linebacker room seems like it's in a worse state depth-wise than the edge room. And also, they moved Trey Moore from edge to linebacker and then just moved Brad Spence from linebacker to edge. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of versatility where those guys are both lining up at linebacker and edge, but I just thought the move and the timing of the move was very interesting, especially because, like, Texas's main reason for Trey Moore, at least what they pitched to him for moving him from edge to linebacker, was like, hey, man, you're 6'1" and 230 pounds. Those guys don't get drafted in the NFL at edge unless they have a Colin Simmons first step, and you do not because no one does besides Colin Simmons. You should probably learn to play linebacker because if you don't, you probably will not get drafted. Brad Spence is about the same size. He's about 6'1", 6'2", 230. If I'm not mistaken, I'm almost positive he has a negative wingspan, which is why I've always kind of not looked at him as an eventual draft guy. But, like, you're decreasing those chances by moving him to edge. Now, could it help the team more? Yes, but, like, I just think those positional moves are very, very interesting. And, I mean, hey, like, could it also be 4D chess by Sark? I don't know. Maybe they line Brad Spence up at edge week 1 versus Ohio State, and he throws it all off because he drops into coverage, or Trey Moore blitzes as an off-ball back, or vice versa. Like, there's so many things they can do with the versatility they have, and I'm excited to see how it unfolds. Will, I don't know if you have any thoughts on the whole Brad Spence deal.
That's, I mean, in my eyes, it's more of a Trey Moore deal than a Brad Spence deal. Moving Trey Moore off ball is really interesting because I thought the ways he kind of excelled at the end of the season proved that he was more of a pass rusher than anything else, and really slots better at edge in my eyes than even outside backer. But there's a reason I'm not the one with the whistle. So he's one that I was super high on heading into the season. I thought there was a lot of pressure on him, probably personally and from the team. So obviously, if they have plans for him, they plan for him to do big things at off-ball backer.
Yep. Will, I had this actually planned for yesterday, if it ever got slow, but it is pretty fun. I think now is a good time for this part of the show. We'll do it very quick because I need to shower and get ready to go to Austin for fall camp here in a sec. But and we can continue this tomorrow or later this week. Saw this on Twitter. The worst uniform looks in college football since the 2000s. There's some different ones on here. I have a few different stories pulled up. We'll just go through them. Boston College ones are pretty bad. I think Texas Tech has some horrible ones. These Duke ones aren't that bad. And some of these are deleted too. I think the schools found out they're on there.
Those are bad. Those are pretty bad.
I don't hate them, though.
Dark green helmet. I don't like those at all.
Yeah. These aren't horrible. These are very 2015-ish with the Adidas pattern or whatever that is.
Yeah. The helmets are very telling of the time, yes. Those, I remember those at the time.
Yeah.
Those were not good.
These really aren't that bad.
I remember. I mean, I understand why it's on there, but it was not like an actual uniform.
I forget about this.
Yeah.
What the hell? That's interesting. That one's not horrible. These are bad. They look like the Mean Machine jerseys from the Longest Yard. Like that's an Indiana jersey. Maryland. I've always hated these jerseys. It's just hard to put that flag on there. These Michigan ones are horrible. Look at Shea Patterson throwing footballs for Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines. These aren't that bad. White on white isn't bad. Yeah, this is like also what Baylor looks like. Yellow on yellow is always going to look horrific in my opinion. Nebraska, how about that? Your Huskers, Will. Any thoughts?
Those are not. They've had some bad ones over the years, and those are up there for sure. I like the Gothic ones for Northwestern. I don't know why those were there.
Yeah, these are horrible. I forget they wore these ever. Ohio State. These are Penn State's regular uniforms. I don't know why some of these are on here. That's normal. Baylor. These ones aren't horrible. They have worse ones.
Yeah, I think the yellow ones that they just had up until last year are much worse.
Yeah. Iowa State, yeah. Dude, there's only so many things they can do with that color combo. It's why they wear like all black or all white uniforms now, it feels like. Kansas, oh God, look at the photo in this game. This is the Deontay Foreman 70 carries game. You know about that, Will?
On the ground. No, I don't know about that, but
so this is how we'll close it out because I got to wrap this up pretty quick. We'll come back to more jerseys tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry, real quick before that. Do you remember this, Will?
I do remember this. Yeah.
A&M wearing glow-in-the-dark helmets for a day game. Classic Aggies. But no, so Texas goes and plays Lawrence versus Kansas. It's a horrible season. It's the Charlie Strong era. And Charlie Strong decides to win this football game. He needs Deontay Foreman to carry the ball 50-plus times. Deontay Foreman literally had like 54 carries in this game. It was something around that number. And as the game is going on, Texas is losing. They proceed to lose that game, if I remember correctly. That era is very easy to forget. What I do remember, though, is Deontay Foreman's father tweeting during the game at Charlie Strong, basically calling him a dumbass for giving a running back 50 carries in one game. It was a very dark time in Texas football history. So, Charlie Strong, folks. But anyways, we got to get out of here because I got to get to Austin for fall camp. Tomorrow, we'll be talking more fall camp. We'll have photos, some takeaways, some videos as well. But up next, episode 2 of the Stampede podcast with Mac Brown, Vince Young, and Bob Balu. These guys are talking all things Texas fall camp. And at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they should be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Since the availability starts at 2:45, Chip might not be on there, but hey, Zay will. So, we'll see you. Have a great Wednesday. Happy hump day and peace.